want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skibidi da bado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Bese kua kudileo. Kudileo.
Tunto Spoon. To get your information. Tunto Spoon. To be part of the discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tunto Spoon to get your information. Tunto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just Tunto Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just Tunto Spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tunto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon
Skiddy biddy dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Wese kua, 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 kudileo. Kua, kua, kudileo.
Total Spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua,
Total Spoon to be
yes, I
part
do.
of the
Batile, batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Television.
Yes, I do. Batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Radio Station. Spoon Television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Total Spoon to get your information. Total Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon.
Well, pleasant good evening to everyone across the world. Thanks for joining us again. Welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. We are here live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and several frequencies across Liberia. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, my Gibi County, Premier FM in Bon County, Trust FM in Bome County, Trend Radio in Green Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country for relaying this edition of the program. Many thanks to the thousands of you who make up time every night to join us here on our different social media handles. Thanks to the many of you already on Spoon Talk Live on YouTube. That's our social media handle, our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. For those of you on YouTube, our Facebook audience on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV. We want to welcome everyone tonight. Thanks for joining us. This is the space where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. Here you get to know what the happenings are across the country, what the policymakers are doing, what Liberians are confronted with. Here you get to hear Liberians speak out on the different issues of concerns. And of course, every single day we are here making sure that we bring you up to speed with what the happenings are. But not just that, you also get objective analysis here on this very show from the diverse panel here every night. And it doesn't matter where you sit, there's always an analysis that's going to suit your taste or bring out another side of the issue that perhaps you weren't even taking into consideration. So I'd like to welcome everyone tonight. Thanks for joining us. Kindly share the program. I see a lot of you have already started joining us tonight on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook. Our YouTube audience, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Do us a favor, please share the program as you come on tonight. It doesn't matter where you're joining us from, or if you're on Facebook, go to click on the share button, share it in your different group chats, in your WhatsApp groups, share it on your timelines, in the different messengers groups. Let's make sure we have the show going across tonight. It's going to be a great edition of the program, very informative. Lots of great information coming up here tonight. So this is one edition of Spoon Talk you just don't want to miss for anything. Get glued to your radio and encourage someone to listen with you for our radio audience. And of course, you can grab a cup of tea, grab some popcorn and just sit by your radio or watch your TV as we are all set to bring you a great show tonight. So, again, welcome to the program. My name is Nelson Colette, and a lot is happening across the country. But first, we want to hear you speak. We want to open the phone lines, take your calls. Let's hear what your thoughts are. Let's hear what the issues are on your mind. What is it you want to talk about? What is that issue of concern? Um, you have the opportunity to um, you have the opportunity to express yourselves on those different issues tonight. All right. So thanks for joining us. We appreciate all of you tonight for joining the program. Please share the show. Zai Molu, Janetta Russell, Desmond, Norman, Vita P. Body. Please share the program. Um, as you come on, tonight, please share the program. As you come on tonight, share the show. Share the show in your different uh share the show in your different group chats. And let's hope we can have a great conversation going on tonight. Thanks to everyone for joining us. Sekou, uh, Talata Mohammed Sharif. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Let's hope we can have a great conversation. I'm going to open the phone lines to hear from you guys. Let's know what is it you want to talk about tonight. The phone lines are activated. You can call us up. Sorry, trying to make some adjustment, everything all at the same time. So you can call us up on 0555 101075. You can also call the WhatsApp number that I'm going to put up, and let's hear from you tonight. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? What is that issue of concern you like to highlight? The space is now yours. The time is yours to talk on those different issues. So let me go to the phone lines, beginning with this first person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Calling from Moravia.
You're calling from Moravia?
Obacha Omega Fee.
Omega Fee, go back up. Go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My brother, the issue has to do with the horse issue.
The horse
People,
issue?
They are really suffering us. They are really suffering us. Yeah. They just doing things to spoil the name of the government. Yeah. We can let those people go in the hospital of good decision for all. At the end of the day, we can get no good result. As the president is around lobbying to bring good results to the country. They're just doing the effort of the president and the citizen. If they want to take the street, will not take the street, but will march with our very horses one and have them in front that we tire with what they are doing to us as a citizen.
Thank you.
That is what's very on my mind.
Thanks a lot for your contribution tonight. Let's take another person from here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good morning to you. Good evening to you, Brother Nelson.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you on.
Okay, my name is Sarah Johnson, the critical voice. I pull in this email from inside Carwell, New Georgia Town Center.
Okay.
This area from JMB and JKK Youth Alliance.
Okay. Cyrus, let's hear you. Go ahead quickly.
My attention had to do with the first branch of government.
Mm-hmm.
I want this and the very impression of Mr. Stanton. As I was saying, the first branch of government, sorry to say this, is bringing shame and disgrace to our nation and that to the outside world. Nelson, if you check the statistics, today we make it the 22 days or 21 days. National legislature has not discussed anything in the Liberian legislature that will try to discuss issues that relating to the growth and development of our country, but nothing else but with their self-accadastment. And let me say this that
But someone may say the Senate has been working. It's just the House of Representatives that has been on the process. Some of the folks seeking the removal of the speaker.
Nelson, let me say this that is really clear. The House of Representatives and the House of Senate, they all combine together as a legislature, but the issue is that they are getting separate. So the issue is that the first branch of government, to be specific, the lower house, they really need to come together. Sorry to say this. If at all you want to take somebody from there because of maybe character, then the question that Sarah Johnson will ask tonight will be, where were those people if they know that the current speaker are having problems, you are having integrity problem? Where were them for which of could they elected him as a speaker? Or it is because you want to come to the disco to do the right thing after he leave as a speaker for him to leave a legacy there, or because they are saying that from now to 2029, for now people will be powerful that George Weah will not appear on the ballot paper. It is what they are treating the Liberian project like that. And I want for Brother Staunton to really make emphasis on it. Any attempt the legislature play, some of us will getting the people go to Capitol building.
Thank you. Thank you.
I put no confidence in them. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. This is. I'm calling from the state of Iowa.
Yes,
Listen,
sir.
what in my mind today is the president have gone up there 9 different times to lobby on behalf of the Liberian people. If these people in the House of Representatives, if they are not elders and they are kids, let them get out and work for the Liberian people. Look, Funati is not having the complete number to conduct
business.
Anything in Liberia, business in Liberia. Funati, yes, he got the law on his side, he got people on his side. But it would be better for Funati not to hold the Liberian people hostage.
Okay.
Step down.
Thank you.
And my last thing, I come in next thing, my last thing is we've been waiting for this day for Money Captain to come. I want to see what really will happen between Money Captain and Sampton today. Thank you very much.
Oh, you talking about the flyer? No. Mr. Carter is not coming in studio. I understand some of the folks from the LEC are supposed to be making an appearance here today, so it's gonna be a conversation around that. But yeah, I think so many people are looking forward to that day where the LEC CEO will come here and face the Spoon Talk and have a great conversation. That day umpire will be it will be interesting. But no, that is not what you think. Yeah, I just thought to put that clarity through.
Thank you for that clarity. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot for your input. We'll take more calls, but I see Dr. Riches. Okay, yeah. Richardson, hello. I know you get a control, so this time I can rush you.
No, you're right. You're right, because I can be trying to just settle things in my background and everything work.
Yeah.
I get on. So yes. How are you doing today?
Yes, I'm doing good. I'm doing well, and I'm glad to see you as well. How was your day?
It was pretty good. Today was a rather warm fall day here. It's usually cold. We get into the cold season now in my neck of the wood. And so today, I had an opportunity to sit outside, which I like the sun. You can tell I was born near the Sahara. That's why I usually tell people to play, you called us. I said, yes, I was born near the Sahara. What do you expect? They kind of winter, you'll be in 32 degrees. Yeah. We'll be working work outside, but we gotta go outside. Can you imagine 32 degrees when it's freezing, 34, 40 degrees? That's what we're gonna see within the next coming days. Hopefully the first snow will be December something, and then all the way up until March, April is going to be cold or snowy. And so I'm taking advantage of these warm days. And so I was outside enjoying the day. The leaves are changing now. This is the beauty of being in this type of country where there's four seasons. I'm sure
Mhm.
dry season. I really enjoy those seasons as well. And I know I even noticed we didn't take no. I remember because where we grew up, there were a lot of rubber trees around us, and a lot of
Yeah.
trees. Yeah, they did. They dropped their leaves as well when there's certain time. I mean, they didn't get
Oh yeah.
skeleton
Oh
changed
yeah.
like here the trees completely skeleton. I mean, they drop all of the leaves. I mean, you can only see the branches. But yeah, I noticed that in Liberia, at a certain time there was a lot of leaves on the pathway,
Mhm.
on the walk, so they do have changes. So we should observe that. But yeah, so my day was pretty good. I spent time with my grandson. He was here with me. I was working and trying to. But to be a woman, how Nelson, to be a woman, he said,
But I've always heard to be a man is not easy.
well, I think y'all got it easy. You see, my husband came home. I was like, you ready to eat, making sure that his dinner is okay. Even though he's such a wonderful husband, a wonderful grandfather, because actually I had to laugh a little bit. As soon as he got home, we're sitting outside, right? And so my grandson told him, Papa, he was telling me before his papa came, I need to learn how to ride my bike. I need to learn how. So I kept on ignoring him. So as soon as my husband came, he said, Papa, I need to learn how to ride my bike. So then my husband then, the kid got us wrap around his finger, right? So he went.
Mhm.
That's what my other daughter said. This kid got you guys wrap around his fingers. So my husband went to open the garage, got the bike out, and he's bending over trying to push him down the driveway along the sidewalk. And then he comes and says, "Oh, my back hurting me. My back hurts me." I said, "Oh, okay." He said, "Your grandson too young." He said, "Oh, because of course, you got to bend over because his bike is lower. It's a toddler's bike. He's only he's not quite four yet." So,
Mhm.
but the point I'm saying, even though my husband came home, he had to do that little bit of grandfathering, being a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
grandpop and stuff like that. But I was like, okay, you hungry? Made sure that his food ready and everything. Who I wish I had a wife that would get my food ready. I can pass on stuff to them. This is what makes the job of a woman quite interesting, quite complicated. I know maybe it's different. Maybe it's different, but to be a woman is not easy. Um, yeah, so that was my thought on that. I see Nelson is busy, but I think when you
Yeah.
call it,
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry that the agency.
that's okay.
A lot of things going in the background. We have the guest. We're
Mhm.
just trying to get him set up as well.
No, I
Yes.
understand.
So
I understand.
yeah,
Um,
but
so somebody
that's the
argued.
beauty of it. That the richest thing. So you see, I think you just supported the other side of the argument that says to be a man is not easy. So
So, so our all till they for my grandson. I was cooking. I was attending to him. I was grading papers. I was preparing application for my sabbatical. I was talking
that,
to. I got the two older daughter. One of them asked me question. One of them at work. One of them coming home. I attending
that
to them. So
that one
which
side of the whole thing there too.
yeah
That
now
one side.
so yeah, all I can say, I know my husband, he'll be, he'll be like, okay. So the next argument continues. But so my husband, all he did was went to the work. He came home. Then when he came home, we sat down, we talked more, you know, everything, whatever. What doctor appointment, the VA
Mhm.
appointment, we talk about it. I mean, he takes care of the cars and stuff like that, but I gotta be like, oh, okay, you know, the time for the car to go, my car making noise, So
Certainly.
so
Yeah. Mhm.
to be a woman not easy. So when the people call him, I know that some men can call the show, so I ain't even asking that question.
Oh
Say,
no, that Richardson, you mentioned something very important. I went somewhere a couple of weeks ago, and two ladies attacked me. They say you're on that spoon show there. You only get one. You only get line for men. So men they can be calling. You have to create a special line for females. So I think in the coming days we'll have a line here only for females. Any man you call, as soon as okay the call is a male, no, we'll cut you off.
Yeah.
We we
You
we
know,
we're intending to do that as well. Yeah, I don't know if it is the internet, but
and lay that
um,
complaint as well. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Got stuck. We having some error.
yeah, there was a
Oh,
little delay.
yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
was due to the connection. Yeah,
Yeah. We're back now. But you know, Nelson, so it's something I'm torn between that. One is I want the women to bulldoze the phone line just like men can do that. We don't need to have this special privilege. But on the other hand, um, I feel like, because of how we tend to marginalize women in our country, we tend to treat women as second class citizens. Their opinion is not as valid. We're still progressing yet. This is not isolated to Liberia only, but I think some countries um, have reached another level than we are, like within everything else. So I'm exploring that. I'll talk to the both of the CEOs, the former and the present, to make sure that either we consider getting a line for women only. But I'm torn between this topic. I want, like I said, I want you women to bulldoze the line. Core,
oh,
well,
to fight
yeah,
to make it through.
yeah, they can make it true. Liberian women can make it through. The 49% women, 49% men in the country.
Uh,
So they can make it through. What a difference.
Yeah, and I think that's a strong one for the 9% men, for the 9% women. But Dr. Richardson, considering the average caller, the people who will muster the courage to call in every time on a radio show, the men
Mhm.
are in the majority.
That's right.
About 90% of those folks are men. So what happens is that the very few females who will take up their time, you know, try to be courageous enough to call, they get to stand out. A lot of people will know them because for every time they listen to the talk show, just those few women. Because of that, when you mention a name like Mandiwa in the country, a lot of people, oh Mandiwa, that woman I can call on the show, you know, and a
Yeah.
few other females who are always doing that. But I guess there are a lot of them now who would really try to do so. But again, so many men tried calling through, and maybe the females don't know the strategies, how to get you. So perhaps a specific line for them will do better.
Yeah, now the more that I think about it, because I think about, if you think about Liberia, a lot of women are working. They are the cornerstone of our
Yeah.
country. So they are attending to multiple things like I am, maybe the children, the market, the store, or they are at work, doing professional things. So where I'm not saying the men are not working, maybe some men are in more control of their time. They're more flexible, so maybe that's why it may be challenging for a woman to sit there and keep dialing the number, until she gets in. So I may consider that, but I really wanted them to bulldoze this line. I wanted them to take control of the issues, the political issues in Liberia, because they're plenty. They can make
Yeah.
changes. They've done it
Yeah.
before. I when we had the civil unrest, I read that many women were so concerned about that civil unrest that they did two things that I read. One, where they denied the husband's sex. Number two is they stole some of the voting cards away from husbands, so they live, to prevent them from voting a certain way. So women are so impactful in terms of how they can contribute to the political discourse in our country and bring
Yeah.
change to our country. So yes, I will talk to Miss TD. I will talk to the former CEO. We're gonna at least get that number, because I'm taking it a time into consideration. I think it'll be helpful, because to take the truth, if I had like somebody who were going to feed me dinner today, somebody who were going to take care of my grandson today, I would have been, I would have appreciated that. I think it
Yeah.
makes me much more effective as a person. You know,
Hey,
I'm
Joshua Molu guy, they think he renting it. I don't know.
Joshua Malu said women are more, oh boy. Joshua Malu, you might call and tell us that women are more corrupt and how we are more corrupt than men.
We talking something here to promote women. Joshua renting in the
Joshua
comment
Malu,
section.
you mean
We
Joshua
are
Malu
more
is
corrupt.
on the line? He's
Yeah,
saying that
you know, yeah.
that says if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. There's also a saying that when you give a woman $1, she will at least spend it on your child, she will spend it on your food, she will spend it on improving the welfare of her family. Some way or somehow she will take some of that money to save it or to spend it. But when we give our counterpart, the male gender,
Oh, that Richard is that the other part there because usually in the African setting, that the
mhm,
men can go and hustle and bring the money. But you say
really?
when you
And what
get men
happened
the
to the money?
money, when you get a woman the money, she will spend it at home. But you get a man,
They will spend it on either
anyway.
if they don't drink, because our CEO yeah can't drink, but they will spend it some kind of way, they won't be 100% on their home. Versus if a woman will always be thinking about her child, because that we have that connection with our children. We have, and we are very caring. God made us in a way that we are very sensitive and caring. We care about other people compared to men
Hmm.
that you struggle on the ego struggle, the power struggle that go on in the legislature right now. Imagine it was all women there. What would have done? We're gonna fight and throw la pata, but at the end of the day, we're gonna to do something there. But anyway, CEO, welcome. I know you got completely opposite view about what I gotta say, but that's okay. I accept it.
No, Richard, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I think I'm doing well.
Nelson Cooler, what's up?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to get into that. Do not try to entrap me.
That's good.
I'll always say some women, not all of them. Even on this show, some female panelists, not all of the female panelists. So I want to be very careful. They got some
I
good,
didn't know
good
what you're
women
talking about.
that you invite me in your conversation.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you.
And
Okay, on a conversation with now for you.
you invited me in your conversation. I'm trying to speak. You say you know what I'm talking about. You started your talking, and they say talk bring talk. So
That's
you want me inside, and you be quiet.
you know that one of my dad very loud talk bring talk. You first guy say you stop with talk. But something, don't say some of the panelists, because I think we need the encouragement on this show. It has not been easy. It's always not
They
easy.
calling for who?
We need encouragement for all of you, anybody on this show, anybody listening. We need the encouragement because
The panelists that need encouragement.
female panelists.
They need encouragement.
Yes, we do.
They're not. They don't leave. You don't come. You go back.
You see? And you
Yeah, no,
see it?
seriously. You cannot listen, man. I don't. Listen, I really don't like that. You come on the show, you avail yourself. You're everything on the table. Your husband, your wife, your children, your mom, your pa, everything. Don't get in your skin.
You're not
if you
getting
don't,
out.
if you don't want to talk it, then don't come on. You're talking to over hundreds of thousands, millions of individuals. Then you cry when somebody says something. Yeah, we need encouragement because the people can because you so much.
It's not. You see, it's not about the curse. I don't even care. Who curse, but we need encouragement in terms of the political discourse. All right,
I agree with you.
Yeah, let me just finish now. You and many of the men on this panel, they have access to the information, because who do you talk to most of the time? You on the phone with mommy, you on the phone with maybe some people call some other male panelists calling you. We would love to do that, but we don't have that kind of time.
Wow.
Work.
Sometimes I can call you too.
Yes, you call me, but not as frequently. Yes, not as frequently. Yes, not as frequently. We don't know, but when you call the detailed information. For the Patrick mommy, all of them got the detailed information as to what they need.
Why didn't you call them?
Well, I don't have that. That's what I'm saying. The support we need. I don't have that kind of time. You see, when I came on here, I was coming from cooking. I was coming from taking care of grandson. I was coming from regulating my two.
Dr. Richardson, this morning, I got leave out ready. I took Levi. I took it in the class. I sat there a few seconds. He got comfortable. I left. He's coming back from school. It's all about planning. What you need to do, you plan your day.
Look at it.
And when you plan your day, you
Look
super.
at it. Look
I
at
got
it.
nothing to worry about. I stop, I get my coffee, I get my bagel with mayo in it. I'm good. Listen, don't make things hard for yourself, right? If you weren't able, let Abraham do it. Abraham able, do it. That's easy. Just one day at a time. Just one day at a time. Sweet Jesus.
That's my favorite. My sister.
No, I'm not going to sing that. I'm not going to sing that. I will just give a tease. Lord, teach me today. No.
So there used to play that song.
That's all I would just say. If anybody know the song, you can just join if you want to. But again, just one day at a time. Just one day at a time. Yeah, a bagel with mayonnaise, that's the best thing. Princess Johnson.
Can I say something? I think this is the difference between a gender. You can't compartmentalize maybe emotions, like where things don't. We women, we feel things, and we don't just feel for us alone. And I think that's the difference. Maybe a man might feel things, but he holds it in and he knows how to express it interestingly. But we always feeling things. Like for me, like you say, oh, I can go to my grandson's school and just drop me off, grab my coffee, and I come home and I will take one day at a time. I can take one day at a time, but I will still be thinking, how my grandson doing to the school? Is he okay? I wonder how he doing. And then when I come home, and I'm not just that coming home. I come to come clean. I come in the car when I see something. I come to come quarrel with somebody. All kind of different things I come to come do.
That's the richest thing. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking of you. Just give me the strength to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today. Show me the way, one day at a time.
That's what I thought you wanted to ENW account.
Lord, help me today.
What I can't like ENW
way, one day at a time. And then this is very important. This is another one. Do you remember?
That's right.
When you walk among men, Jesus, you know, if you look and below, it's worse now than then. No, I'm not going there. Listen, I have to stop. I want to wake up the people today. I want to wake them up.
You did good. You sang that
one day at a time. Just listen. Don't go crazy. Amen. Hey, you swat. Hey, apostles don't throw. Yeah, look at that apostle. CEO went looking for it. No problem, but I can sing it better than you. Okay? The issue is that you got to understand. Just take it one day at a time. Like bro's situation right now is just one day at a time. When everybody crying and crying and crying, just one day at a time. Just take it easy. Just take it easy.
You see what somebody on your side, you see, you gotta take your wife car to gas it up and all of that, whatever. I talk about whatever.
I can do the same. Listen, my life is just a simple life. Yeah. You can take away everything. And all I would just say, one day at a time. And somebody out there would jump in and say, sweet Jesus. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Just one day at a time. And somebody somewhere will just join you and say, I just need it one day at a time. I am not fighting. Listen, we got a great show for you today. Let's leave the God can bless anybody for a second. Let's wait for that to Brooklyn, the Reverend Brooklyn. He will help me sing that song.
Yes.
I just have to stop because I really don't want to make you cry tonight. You are going to bed hungry. I understand, but one day at a time. Hey man, you're not going to hustle all day. You come in with nothing in your hand. And your wife just look at you and say, you know what? One day at a time, it shall be okay. You try, you hang here, you hustle here, but you know what? Just one day at a time. Just take it easy. Just trust God. Trust God. It will be okay. Just trust Him. Tell Richard saying, you can be alone in the house, you got everything to do, you go up, you come down, you're crying, everything is getting worse. Just trust and believe that one day at a time. Folks, share the show, man. Invite somebody. Mary, share the show. Nasa Demois, share the show. Charles Barkley, as always. Josephine Lydian Benson. Cody Zeze, Diaga Say, Larry Uni, Emily Fambula. I want to say, every one of you, Pierre Campbell, you'll share the show because I want to do another song, Shepherd, Shepherd. And if you can sing, something just hit me today. We will be talking about LDC today. Why were people living in darkness? Money Captain contract will be over November 13. I want us to talk about the passport issue we've been postponing ever so long. I want us to talk about it today. I want us to talk about what is happening in our dear sweet country, Liberia. As we put our hands up and say, oh Lord, I look up to the hills, whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord that made the heaven and the earth. I want us to talk about our dear Liberia. When Joseph Walker said, take Liberia, love Liberia, together let's build a new Liberia. I want to know where you are. Amen. We should help our country, man. So listen, I don't know where you're joining us from. If you tell me, Barbara Zena White, it's good to see you. Says that you say you were going to call me, Barbara. You didn't call me. You know, we got to collect some rice money for the Christmas, Barbara. Let me let you know now because you're very good at contributing. And I like to say to you and everybody, we got to try to collect the rest issue to feed our people, and we counting on you guys. Peter comment. I want to say this. So we want to be putting the Cash App information up, and it's time to contribute. The month ends tomorrow. We got only November and the first week of December to distribute the rights. So we'll take this time for one whole month. Anything God lay on your heart, I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing unto the Lord a new song. Sing a new song unto the Lord that He can test your heart to bless the people of Liberia. We need to give them food. We need over 1,000 bag of rice this time to help our fellow Liberians. We need to do it. So if you just provide one, just $20, one bag. Wherever you are, Europe, America, or Africa, just wherever you are. If you can do 5 bag, 1 bag, 3 bag, we take it because we will be giving rights to our people that we have always done. Because this too, we can do it. Bill Carson, hey Bill, we'll be reaching out to you too. I want to say to all of you, if you can sing, join me. We got the guys from LCR something. They'll be coming up. LERC, I think that's the group. They're coming on to talk about LDC. And we'll be talking about Money Captain contract. Again, we got a lot of story. We got information from the Capitol building. You know what's going on there. I do not want to dwell with that so much. But we got some information we want to share with you. The information about the Army wife. You know, the people that must get no paid, yeah? They didn't pay the Army people there yet. We're looking for Gafuan all over to ask him, Gafuan, why you pay the Army people yet? We got to talk about it today. Send Gafuan take over, he pay the Army people yet. And you don't want to play with the Army people. We got a letter. We'll share the letter with you. You do not want to play with the Army people. How much so much the people getting? $100, $150. You can just give the people their money. So all the Army, all the men and women of the Army for good, I want you to turn your radio off. Every one of you, The poor need a pay.
Mm-hmm.
Geraldine, Minister Geraldine, the poor need a pay. They say it went to the finance ministry, and the finance ministry trying to look into it. You look into how many people pay?
They're brave, huh?
You look into how many people pay? Are you okay? You looking into you know what? Let me sing my song. One day at a time.
We had a slight glitch there. So
I'm just a woman. Help me believe in what I could be and all that I am. Show me the stairway. I have to climb. Lord, hey,
that's a
for my sake, teach me to take one day at a time. Lord, for your sake, for my sake, just teach me to take one day at a time.
yeah.
That's all I'm asking of you, just to take one day at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, August King, Madia Solenki, Sandra Garway, Williams Hens, again Sekou Donso, Mr. Flomo, Moses Calling, Fatu Richardson. Who the Fatu Richardson? Always following us. She said, see, you can sing so well. Thank you very much, Fatu.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I want to say Fata, Sanon Walker, Cousin Wobble. Cousin Wobble, what's up? Divine, it's always good to see you, Divine.
I'm sorry, Fatima. I can't sing. I got a voice. I one thing God didn't bless me with. So she said, I join you. I said, I know my era.
I would lead the whole singing.
Look at trouble.
Morris Johnson, where you at, man? It's good seeing you. Got Louis, good man. I'm messing the people's name up, but I know you know that I'm nourishing you on the show. Dr. Richardson, our country needs help. Our country needs all the help. LERC, the Liberia Electricity Regulatory Commission. Yeah, these guys are here. They're talking about the price control. They say the government, the people are proposing. Money captain said they will carry your LDC bill up high. You should pay big money. As after said they're giving you giving the people LDC, they say you will increase the people. There's something wrong, money captain, though. Something right wrong, money captain. Money captain woke up one morning and said, everybody in Liberia, they might increase their LDC bill. Nelson, can I ask the people? Let the people talk before we bring it again.
So you woke up one morning and said, they might increase their bill.
Does that make sense?
We gotta hear the whole story, man.
Dr. Richardson, does that make sense? You woke up one morning and said the people paying 30 cents, they must pay $1. I mean, what's going on?
Then hear the whole story. Then the guy who hear you tell the whole story.
No. Before tell the whole story, let's spoil the story.
Yeah.
Then we kind of will fix it. Let's spoil it.
Yes, tell us.
But you know that this.
No, I mean, I'm shocked that somebody would actually wake up knowing everything like that.
You know that they don't know about this price tariff, something.
But that was year for now. Year for.
That was what?
That was Spoon is here for. We'll tell him.
So, listen, but Democrat on the show, what kind of he related to money captain? I can't understand. Nelson come on the show, let Nelson relate. Because how can you folks? Let me put my number up, call me. 609-649-4206. But how can you just wake up one morning and say you might increase the people that bill? How many people in Liberia getting current?
The whole thing now.
Come on, man. What kind of suffering? You owe him articles, you don't pay them. Then you want current from Ghana, and you want the Ghana current to pass through articles. And then I've heard people say, well, you stupid, you pay our money, then you won't pass the current through articles. Then at the end of the day, you proposing. You're telling the president, let increase the people current bill. Does that make sense?
It plenty. It ain't adding up to me, man.
But every prophet can do that math. No, but Dr. Richardson, this thing is horrible, man. I mean, I can money captain, right? I mean, he been there since Charlie Quintana. And I hope, listen, I hope I will talk to him someday. Seriously. I want to hear from him.
It'd be nice if he could come on Spoon to speak to the Liberian people.
Listen, I would talk to him. But I want Liberians to understand. Nelson, can you put a full line up? Can you come? If you finish setting the people up, please. Nelson is doing some setup in the back. I want you guys to call and just let us know. It doesn't make sense at all. That's the number. That's the number. 2 phone number for you today. 609-649-4206. I don't know what it says. Zell or 609. No, man. Come on.
Zell 609-929-49.
No, that's not Zell. I don't want no Zell.
But then you still want to do the rest collection. You can't. Okay, yes, the WhatsApp number. Here it is.
Yeah, I'll put the rest something up front. But let's talk about this one. I want you to call. Something wrong with money captain or something. How can he say they might increase the people electricity bill? Why? We got to document. We show the different way in which money captain think that. You know how much LDC make? Over $6 million every month.
Jesus.
You know how much they are contributing to the government coffers? Zero. You know what they're doing with that money? Almost $80 million a year. Money captain say he gave it back to the people that are saying current. And we still owing these people. They're the man begging for them to extend this contract to 2 years. I mean, where in this, what's going on with us, Liberian? What's going on? How can we sit there? Yeah, my man, even if you call me in my ear, hello?
Yeah, what's up?
My man, turn the volume of your radio or your computer down, please. Man, I don't know how to turn the volume of the computer down. You turn off the phone. Let's try to take more calls. But Dr. Richardson, let me hear from you, right? We'll bring the guys on 9 p.m. So we got like 5 more minutes. Let me hear from you, Dr. Richardson. Hold on, let me take this one real quick. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Johnson. I'm calling from Maryland.
Sir Johnson, go ahead, talk to us, man, on this LDC issue.
Yeah, you see, Joseph Barker need to take time with money captain. It's the same money captain that messed Sanado up. You can be very careful with money captain. Money captain is not the person to be there at the time. You want to bring problem on the Liberian people. So that come 2029, the party can be unpopular.
But why even money captain asking that they will renew his contract for another 2 years? He and the Ghana guy will put a picture up pretty soon, saying that you're gonna renew our contract. Why?
Because you want to steal. Because if you remember, even Manuel Shaw, when he was in Sanado government, all these guys are criminals. They just came out. They just
thank you. Let me go the last.
Really serious. You need to move those old folks now and bring new people in, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Well, my name is Andrew Wiese, and I join you from Liberia, besides the biology.
Talk to me, Andrew.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you to you and your crew. You know, the panelists, they can disagree to agree. And Liberia is our common denominator, and we all should show that this country is better. And I want to appreciate you guys because I see the level of sincerity you bring to the disco to change this country to another new method of being very much sincere as leader of our country. It's unfortunate that many people that have get opportunity in government, they're not willing to help to make this country better. President Joseph Yima Paga may have a good plan, but majority of the guys coming, they are just coming here to enrich themselves. And at the same thing we see at the legislature, today people want to remove speaker because of the own personal greed. And we are saying that if we can bring 10,000 votes in each district, the lawmakers that are making the noise, then we start that noise for them, and we say we want to remove them. Tomorrow we get ready to the us they want to remove the president. So we can't do that.
Thank you. Let's go. Let's hold you right there.
And when we encourage them, if they get a 49 vote, it's their right to remove for them to go far.
Thank you.
If they do not have a 49 vote, they must submit themselves to primary and go under the gavel of Andy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hold you right there. Let's hold you right there. Thank you very much. So guys, Nelson, I know you want to come in. Just hold on 1 minute. We'll take calls. We got about 4 more minutes. I know I'm saying Abu and Aliyu. Aliyu, we call him Aliyu Fu. No, maybe I'm not pronounce your own name. Yeah. I know that your name. Yeah, Aliyu, and we get Deconti. I many Abu and middle name Deconti.
That mix.
Deconti, that crew name Abu, it look like the Mandingo vibe name, something like that.
Yeah.
So the men they we call that one cross pollination. So we leave that.
It was a cross cultural.
Yeah, Nima, where you joining us from?
Joining from Connecticut, my name is Otto man center.
Talk to me on this LDC issue, man. The worst in the history of Africa. Talk to me.
Yeah, Center was for me to tell LeBron put a surprise gap for next year. Ivory Coast will be going to election next year, and the guy that coming in power, Rodan Babu, is saying they are proving now there's no legislature in Ivory Coast. But Africa again, Liberia, Corin, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. So you know what's going to happen? They're going to shut them down. So there's a surprise for Liberia, the package for them. Now, why money can be running away going to Ghana?
But he can't go to Ghana. But hold on 1 minute. Money Captain can't go to Ghana now. Guess what happened? We already said that he left Ghana. We already said that he got family in Ghana. Maybe you want to go and stay. But he can't get electricity out of Ghana. It must go through Ivory Coast. And I've heard say you owe our money. You cannot go through us because you know what? You rob us of our money. You collect us. You took our power. You didn't pay. I mean, but what's going on? How can I will tell the folks today? Money Captain contract for 2 years is at the executive mansion. And here's the surprising thing. How did it get there?
I want to push the government to that chase because Money Captain playing was 2 different places. He playing with Africa, he want to play with Ghana. And Africa going to shut Liberia down. They're going to close the border between Liberia and Africa. My boy is coming in power.
Thank you. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from, my dear friend?
I am Kafuma Sano, calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Kafuma, talk to us on this LDC issue, man.
Yes, Stanton, you know that country there, that God help us, every one of us. And you will keep on fighting. We get hard work to do, and you will keep on fighting. Take courage.
Thank you.
Concerning about LEC, almost all the meter that they distributed in Morovia there is a group of guys in Morovia taking all the meter from all the people horses. Monica Queen sitting down said there, you're doing nothing about it. You need to try.
Thank you.
I can say you are the president of that country now.
No, I'm not. No. I get my own trouble, brother. No. But thank you very much for calling. I thank you. But let me say this though, guys. Nelson, can you give me Money Captain picture? Give me something on him. I beg you, upload it. We got more video coming from Haji. Look in the group chat room. Upload this video. Right now, as we speak to you, the country is completely dark. Right now. The country is dark. It's not a Joe. No. The very LDC compound in Bushra Island, by Point 4, where I used to live, is dark. But Money Captain getting $6 million, over $6 million. He cannot account for that $6 million. The boat here, that President Baga brought in, Money Captain making plan with the man. Money Captain said the same 4 months. He said they shouldn't confirm the man. That's just 2 weeks ago they confirmed the man. Just 2 weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago. As per the president's instruction, that place need to be audited. The financial guy that Money Captain said that the president said that Money Captain stopped the man. But we'll tell you everything today. Oh, Dwallo is in the back. Look at Dwallo put your hand on. You want kind of fire too. Remember, got fire. Yeah, but to be frank with you, we are rolling on a scary ground here. Every day we come and talk. Every day, some people are so comfortable in doing harm to our country. Under no democratic government, Money Captain will still be at LDC. I asked them when last they did an audit to LDC. When? They can't. Money Captain, he doesn't report to anybody but himself. He's the LDC, God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Let's have a good show today, folks. We got a lot to cover. I am concerned. I am scared. And if I'm scared and concerned, yeah, in America, then what about you? Then what about you in Liberia?
I got a question for you.
Talk to me.
Let me ask you a question, Stanton. You're giving a multi-million-dollar operation. The cost and the liability and the overhead cost of that operation, then not something you got to worry with. Somebody else pay for it. You only care the benefit that come to you. Will you be concerned? Will you worry? Will you care?
As Stanton Witherspoon, bro, I will be concerned.
You understand my question?
I understand your question because you said me. But like money captain, he care less because that free money coming in and that free money going out. And here's the thing, I will say this before Dr. Richardson come because we got to bring in the guys. Here's the thing. One will say, but why is he still doing that? I will explain the whole story to you today. Because I know. You need to know. You want investor in the country? Money Captain had about to move to Ghana, where he got his houses. I have the picture of Money Captain house in Ghana. It's nothing compared to what he got in Liberia. He about to move to Ghana. He cared less about you. Serve on Charles Taylor, serve on Madam Sadi, talking about the compact, he ate the money. They brought in fake tubing. They say one sport, the other money went in Vlad. Serve on George Banawea. Now raking on Joseph Iman Bwaka. That only one man called Money Captain I can run LDC. And the worst of it, that Richardson, the man went Ghana and he brought his people. Anybody put more on that Ghana man than Money Captain man. So the scam people doing that, they go tell the president, the partner say Money Captain won't be there. Go tell the president, the partner say they can only deal with Money Captain. But that Richardson said something that will bring in Adio and Abu, and we're going to spend some minutes with them, maybe 30 or 45 minutes, and then we got to get into the real story of this thing. Again, please, all of you that watching Spoon now, can you share the show on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, just everywhere? Share the show. No, I'm okay. I'm not hungry. I'm fine. I get my bottle of water. I'm okay. You don't want to know what I ate today. I ate Chick-fil-A today. So I'm okay. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't know what they call Chick-fil-A, so forget about it.
So you guys, thank you for joining us. And as Stanton said, please share the show. Get the information about your country. You know, I'm interested in learning and listening to what these guys, our guests in the back, have to say about the electricity conditions in our country. It surprises me that about roughly 32% of Liberians are receiving electricity in our country in today's world. You know, one of the things that I like about paying my electricity bill is that I get service. When I put a light on, it comes on. When I turn it off, it goes off. When I put my computer on, I get current. Or you'll call it current. I get energy running through my computer. So I get service. And in the event I'm not able to get service, I can call somebody and say, I don't have service, what's going on? And they can speak to me. And, they have different forms of electricity in this country that we are taking advantage of. The solar power, they got windmill. So they have diversified in this year, 2024. This is what countries are doing. So I'm interested in hearing what our guests have to say about the electricity condition in our country, but it does not look good. When you look at 32% of our population get electricity, some form of energy in their home, somebody should be asking why. You should be asking why. Thank you.
But Dr. Francine, let me say, Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. Let me say this to you. The war was over since 2001. Let's put it to 2003. From 2003 to 2023, or 2024 now, it's been approximately 21 years. We have not been able to build a hydropower plant, which is the basic route to go. That will generate at least 600 megawatts of power to electrify the whole country. Unlike Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we built the most expensive dam known to man. It was like 4 times the cost that would cost to build. There is no strategy being put forth. But this is the country. Why should anybody hasten the process to build electrification for the country when my brother Sam Johnson is minister, he gets 6,000 gas slip. A Dwalo minister, you give me 5,000 gas slip. The urgency to electrify the country is not going to be there because I'm not in darkness. The people that are governing the country, they are not experiencing the hardship that is in the country. So there is no urgency to actually govern the country. This is what's happening. So sometimes when we come on the air where we say, don't give the people gas, this is what we mean because they are forced to fix it. Don't allow a minister to get in the opposite lane of traffic. It doesn't mean I don't like the minister as you guys think about. Because if my brother Paul Kennedy is a senator, and Paul Kennedy is forced to sit down and read the traffic for 3 hours, Paul Kennedy will go back to the legislature, he will burn Grumble, he will open the road from Radar going into Monrovia. But when we don't do that, it's not going to happen. There's no urgency for electrification. All the men get gas leak. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Mr. Jackson, welcome to the show. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, bro.
Do your research and then you
can do your intro. We got to bring the guys in real quick.
Yeah, okay, look, Dwala was saying something. I don't know if I can piggyback on that, Stan, because this is very dear to my heart. Electricity. Look, the lack of electricity or limited electricity access in Liberia, it just shows the very small mindedness of our people. Very small mindedness of our people. When I used to work in investment banking, things like water, electricity, or any kind of power company, it's a no-brainer. You already have a captive demand. You do a business plan. You sell bonds or stocks and raise the money. In Liberia's case, you can build a 500 or 1,000 megawatt of dam, or you can spread it all around and you do a composition of solar, wind, biomass, and you already have a captive customers. And we used to recommend the stocks and the bonds and utilities to what we call widows and orphans because you can't go wrong. Next to U.S. securities, they're the safest, So I don't understand why people who call themselves the most educated, some of the most educated, we can't do a simple prospectus to raise 500 million, 1 billion to build a dam, combine it with transmission and distribution, and we have to buy current from Ghana and La Cote d'Ivoire, and we do something what we call the current exchange. Our current exchange, which is the money coming up, which is the money going out, current account deficit, hundreds of millions of dollars because we're buying electricity from the people.
Uncle Sam, our guests, they are here. Paul Kennedy will bring you in later. They've been sitting. Let me bring in Adil. Adil, welcome to the show. And then I'm going to bring in Abu. As always, Abu.
Thank you.
You just do not unmute. We use only one mic, I believe, if necessary. Can you hear me?
Yes.
1 second.
All right, so okay, it's good to have you guys. Once Nelson is ready with talk, you'll introduce yourself. We have to spend 30 minutes with you guys. Stephen Johnson said, great. He said, two brilliant gentlemen. That's Stephen Johnson. He never missed Facebook, but he working faithfully. Uncle Sam, you see that? The man working every day, but you're on Facebook, Uncle Sam. That your friend and Stephen Johnson.
But then we're getting off it.
They're jealous of me. He won't be like me. He can't be like me. The piggy won't be like me. He can't be like me. Every day he hammering me.
French up. Back to the chat room. All this French.
All the French between me and Stephen Johnson.
So I want to say it's good to have you guys on tonight. Thank you for joining Spoon. Aliu, you and Abu, it's good to have you. Please, if you can hear us, let's start with you, Aliu. Introduce yourself, where you from, and why you are here. Let's get into it.
Thank you. Aliu Fuad Nier. I work for the Liberia Electricity Regulatory Commission as the head of the Economic Regulation Directorate. Uh, the LERC was set up by, was operationalized by the MCC, the Millionaire Challenge Compact. I'm seeing Paul Kennedy, he worked for MCC before. I'm seeing my old man Sam Jackson on the show. So yes, we are here today to talk about, the LERC is the regulator for electricity sector. So all of what's happening in the sector, LERC is supposed to be the referee, making sure that we have rules and all of the companies, whether government owned, private owned, they all follow those rules. So that's some of the issues we want to talk about today. So I would like to let my colleague Abu to introduce himself, and then after that we'll go more into the details.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abu Dekonti Sanso. Where you get a Dekonti name from?
Yeah, you said it right. There was some cross carpeting done.
Oh, okay, cross pollination. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Abu Dekonti Sanso. I'm an electrical engineer by profession. I'm the director of technical regulations at the Liberia Electricity Regulatory Commission.
So it's good to have you guys. Tell us a little bit about, if you always follow us, Dr. Richardson is here, Mr. Dwalu, Paul Kennedy, Uncle Sam, you know me, I'm here. The rest of the team will be joining us, including Mame, Fandela Patrick, Isaac Doe, Glenny, and Fatima, and whosoever. We would like to say it's good having you guys, especially want to discuss Money Captain, his contract, and LUC as a whole. But we just came across new tariff information. So, let's just get into it. And the plus and minuses, the benefit to the Liberian people or the hardship it's going to bring. So let's go to you first, Mr. Alio, then we'll talk to Abu.
Thank you very much. I think, so I'd like to start off first by a disclaimer. We did not come to the studio to talk about LEC. LEC is the company, LERC is the regulator. So all of the information we're going to provide will be focused on what's the role of the regulator, what the regulator is doing to make sure that we have an environment that is conducive for various companies operating in the sector. So we beg to let you know that we are not going to have an opinion on the discussion surrounding Money Captain as an individual, but we could provide our information from a regulatory perspective on what's happening in the sector from an LERC perspective. So one of the major responsibilities or the mandate of the LERC is to regulate tariff. To just provide a brief background, when you look at the electricity sector, it's a regulated sector similar to what you have when you see the telecommunication sector. Recently, we had Lone Star Cell had a problem. So many people just seamlessly switched to their Cellcom phone and they started using Cellcom. So what that means is the structure and the nature of the telecom sector is a bit different from the electricity sector because the electricity sector is a network industry. But that you have to run the lines from the generating plant all the way to the customer in the homes. So normally, the network part is the line part, and the service and the non-network part is the generating plant and the services, the payments that people make, the connections that happen, all of the interactions between the customers and the service provider. So the commission is responsible to regulate, ensuring that we have rules in place that provides for adequate monitoring of the sector, but also ensuring that companies are able to operate in the sector. So the key thing when the 2015 electricity law was passed, it basically created a national regulator called LERC. And what the regulator does is to make sure that, because I just said that when you build the power plant, and then assuming that there is a single company that we have LEC for many years, LEC built the power plant, Mount Coffee, and then supply the electricity from Mount Coffee all the way to your home. Implicitly, LEC would have, LEC has a monopoly because the person that connects you to electricity to your home, you cannot have 3 or 4 wires, 3 or 4 companies running wires to your home. That would be very inefficient. So that's why you hear economists talk about economies of scale. So in that case, it is better off to have one company doing all of that. So, but then there is another side to it. If one company connects all of the customers, that company will also have monopoly, what the economy call monopoly. If that company decides to increase price anytime, you can't do anything about it because what? You cannot get another company to run wires from wherever they are to come and serve you. So it is precisely the nature of the electricity sector that made governments around the world to say, okay, it has to be regulated. So one of the things that the regulator does, in Liberia, LERC does, is to regulate price. So that means before LEC charges customers any price for electricity in Liberia, that price has to be approved by LERC, which is the regulator. And in order to approve that price, there has to be a clearly predefined process, ex ante. What that means is, like in Liberia, the law says we have to make sure that the companies are able to recover their costs when we're setting the price for companies. It also says that when the commission is setting price, we have to ensure that the price that we give to customers in the tariff, that price is it's cost reflective, but that price is an efficient cost. So if the company is inefficient, we should not pass on that inefficient cost to customer. Then it almost the case where you are punishing people for being compliant. And then the cost that they incur, that cost must actually be for services that are either used or useful in the production of the electricity services or to customers. So so in order to make sure that we achieve that requirement, the commission has what we call the tariff regulation that spells out what we look out for, how we go about determining tariff. We have the multi-year tariff methodology. We have a tariff model of a very sophisticated modeling tool where we look at all of their cost information in order to determine the price. We did that process in 2021. In 2021, we did that process. For those of you here who were in Liberia, you know that in 2021, the electricity tariff in Liberia was 35 cents per kilowatt hour for all of the customers. When we did that process with LEC the first time in 2021, we realized that the costs that they had submitted to us could not justify the 35 cent per kilowatt hour tariff that they were charging. So the commission took a regulatory decision to adjust the price downward. So that's how the price came down from 35 cents per kilowatt hour in 2021 to 15 cents for a low social tariff customer, that is the low consuming public. We had 19 cents for medium voltage customers. Medium voltage are the people that get the power at the medium voltage line. We had 22 cents for the businesses and 24 cents for the residential households. So that's what happened. But then when that price was set in 2021, is only valid for 3 years. So by December 31st of this year, that price is going to expire. So what that means is the commission will now have to set a new price. So on the 21st of October, LEC officially submitted an application to the commission for new tariff. And if you could just pardon me a bit, let me just tell you the highlight of that application. LEC is proposing that the social tariff customers, they currently pay 15 cents per kilowatt hour. LEC is proposing that those customers now pay 21 cents in the new tariff. The residential customers, they currently pay 24 cents. LEC is proposing that 24 cents is increased to 33 cents. The non-residential customers currently pay 22 cents per kilowatt hour. LEC is proposing that this be increased to 30 cents. And the medium voltage customers currently pay 19 cents per kilowatt hour. LEC is proposing that this price is increased to 26 cents per kilowatt hour. So these are the price changes. And also for connection charges, the single phase connection charge is currently $20 per connection. LEC is proposing that this be increased to $82. The three-phase connection customers currently pay $350. LEC is proposing for this to be increased to $630. Now, these are the proposed. This is the proposal that LEC has submitted to the commission. So, according to our own regulatory process, because eventually when LEC applies for tariff to the commission, when the commission approves a tariff, it's not LEC that's going to pay the tariff. It's actually the customers, the citizens, the public, those that are connected to the network that are benefiting from the service. They are the ones that are going to pay. So this is part of our public engagement process where we say, okay, once the company has applied, we let the public know that we have received an application from the company for this particular action. And then we ask LEC for all of the additional information that they use in making this application, in arriving or deriving the new price. When these numbers are submitted, then the commission will now will issue a notice of pendency, and the technical process will have public hearings where citizens will be consulted. People have to come and provide reasons. LEC has to come and justify to the citizens why they want the tariff to go up, and then the citizens will have the opportunity to ask all of the questions they want clarity on to LEC. While that is happening, the commission as an entity will also be vetting the cost, because I told you earlier that we look at prudency and efficiency. So we want to make sure that when the cost that goes on to customers, that cost must be prudently incurred.
So let's stop you a little bit. I beg you. Sorry. Listen, we'll give you enough time. You explain that something, but we really appreciate. We really appreciate you. Whew. I guarantee right now, if we take 5 courses, the librarian people will say everything you say they don't understand none. You're just increasing the prices on the LEC. I guarantee you, seriously. They will tell you, say the rescue people decide to just increase prices on the LEC. I mean, let me just say this to you. You think they will be right before we go to Abu? I know, listen, I understand what you're saying. Folks here understand you very well. But for the common people out there,
yeah,
let's go over the numbers.
Chair, you've raised CEO, you've raised a very
Go ahead.
Yeah, CEO, you've asked a very fine question. Whether it is right. I've just told you that 2021, the price was 35 cents. And we did a rigorous technical analysis, and the numbers and the analysis showed that that price was high. We brought it down. Today, we have received application from LEC for new prices. We speak from a technical perspective. We're going to vet the cost and analyze the cost, and where the cost leads us is where we will go, because we cannot say, okay.
Let me ask you my second question, Leo, and then we ask you. Then our brother Abu will come in. I will say my man Deconti. But let me ask you my second question.
Yeah.
Who brought up this plan? You say LEC is not you guys, right?
I didn't get you.
The plan was created. These unique Liberia Electricity Regulatory Commission for immediate release. Who put this together?
The press release?
Yeah.
By the Regulatory Commission, LERC.
Okay. Who gave us this different increase in the amount, in the rate?
That's what we said. Propose.
No, I'm not asking that. I just asked you the question.
LEC is the one that's proposing the changes, the increase.
Okay. So let's just settle in. You put this together for the Liberian people. You answer my question. Before you put this together, LEC sent you this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My question to you, LEC on the money captain, suggesting to you that the thing, it is important to have an increase. Am I correct?
The LEC as a company is asking for increase in tariff, yes.
LEC on the money captain as CEO, Chief Executive Officer. That's why I would say, because he is the CEO. He saw this. He signed on it. And he sent it to you guys, the father company, the mother company, the overseer, and said, go and sell it to the Liberian people. that we want increase in everything we listing over here. I don't know where you live. If we open the full line, people will say money captain, they will call you the worst thing you ever heard. Let us spade a spade. I know you guys trying to understand it and see what it will fit into our market. But do you think what the people are saying today, that they are living in darkness? We are owing Ivory Coast. We're begging for electricity from Ghana. We have proposed and asked $6 million to Car Power, money to be sent to Ghana. They issue a LDC collecting over $6 million every month, over almost $80 million a year. Nobody don't know where that money going, but then money captain saying, go and tell the LERC or LCREC, something about C, that we want to increase hardship on the Liberian people. I'm not blaming you. I'm just making my comment, and I want Liberian people to understand it. It's ridiculous. It's criminal in nature. And as a matter of fact, this is the People's Network. I don't even think it would take everything in you to even come and explain that theory, but I don't think it's going to work because the proposal is an insult to the Liberian people, a complete insult. And my frustration is not on you. So I'll rest, and I will get to the rest of the panelists to ask the question. Dr. Richardson, Mr. Abduadu, Paul Kennedy, Sam Jackson, it's good to see you back, Abdullah Mohammed. No. Dr. Richardson will speak. I beg you, let's go in order. Dr. Richardson, please.
I want to continue to talk. And
I'm moderating the show. We'll get to Mr. Deconte's son.
I can suggest, right?
Okay, Uncle Sam, please. And I said no, we will get to Mr. Sasson later. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Actually, Mr. Yan and Mr. Sanson, I just want to tell you guys, thank you so much for coming into the studio today. This is exactly what we need in Liberia. We need for the Liberian people to be informed, okay, about issues such as electricity that will be affecting their daily lives, okay. So thank you very much for, taking this opportunity to come here. So I listened to you, Mr. Yan, and you said that we shouldn't pass on inefficient cost to the customer. Okay. Do you think at this point, with the request in the raise in the electricity bill, would you be passing on inefficient cost to the customer?
Do you need me to answer right now?
Yes, if you can, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I mean, the question you asked is a very fine question. At this stage, LEC has submitted an application. We have a whole process. We'll vet every cost. What I'm saying is that if there is any cost that is inefficient, those costs will not be part of the cost that will use in determining the price. Because the way if there is an inefficient cost, that cost will be removed from what we call the rate base or the asset base that we use in order to determine the price. So that's in fact, and that's the advantage a regulator has, because we collect information on performance of the utility. We collect information on a quarterly basis. They submit to us quarterly report. And don't forget, this is the second time we're doing this process. We did this process in 2021. So we have a library of information that we can leverage to be able to compare local benchmark information and be able to make those decisions. But one thing, there are certain clear trends in the electricity sector globally. Mm-hmm. The price, the end user tariff, the price that customers pay, it has to be driven mainly by the generating cost and the generating technology. And we know that there are certain generating technology that are very cost efficient. For example, if you're generating most of your energy through hydro, the cost is supposed to be low. If you're generating most of your power through, for example, a thermal plant, it's supposed to be high. If you're generating your electricity, for example, through a coal fire plant, it's supposed to be slightly higher. If you're generating, for example, through wind, solar, biomass, it's supposed to be, in fact, for wind and solar, it's supposed to be extremely low. So that's how the cost structure, what we call the generation mix, will determine the cost structure of your company. So that's one of the things we look at, and then we come now to the operational costs, and these are the investment costs. So if we realize that the investment cost is good, but then there are inefficiencies in the operational cost, then that's where the regulator will have to look at, for example, benchmark costs around what other utilities are doing and be able to make a determination. Because the way the electricity sector works, Dr. Richardson, is that I want to put it in a very simple way. Let's assume you have 100 bags of rice to sell. Then you put the 100 bags of, you bought the 100 bags of rice for $100 per bag. So that's around $10,000. You put that 100 bag of rice in a storage, and you have to sell it the next day. Let's assume that, for being very simplistic, you do not protect the storage. You come the next day, you only see 50 bags of rice there. But then you have to recover your $10,000 that you put in the initial investment to buy the 100 bags.
Correct.
So what that means is the 50 bag of rice that you see there, you have to price the 50 bags of rice at a price in order to recover your 100 bag, the investment you put for 100. So it's the same thing for electricity. So what that means is, the more, if you come the next day, if you met 80 bags of rice, then the price will be what? Much higher, much lower than when you met only 50 bags. If you met 90 bags, the price will be much lower. If you met 100 bags, then you can price it better. So that's how the efficiencies
thank you. So I guess from your explanation, I'm hearing that the price of protecting electricity, okay? For example, you are suggesting to me that electricity is stolen in our country, and so you are passing the price for protecting electricity on to the customer, when actually it isn't the customer's fault. Would you suggest any other way of protecting electricity? Because that's what your analogy appears to me like. Okay, just because someone stole 50 bag of rice, okay, you put the other 50 bag of rice higher because you didn't. Somebody didn't do that due diligence of protecting or having a security firm or security service at the door.
I like that. I like the way you played the analysis, but slightly different with the conclusion. So the point I'm trying to raise is that because when you build an electricity system, the company has to ensure that once you invest in generation and you get the cheap, low cost generation, what you need to do is that wheeling of the power from the generating plant all the way to the customer, that has to be protected. For example, if you're naturally transmitting the power through the network, through the line, there will be some level of losses. And globally, the standard is around under 10% losses for the network. So the second losses are the distribution losses. The distribution losses all the time.
I beg you, Mr. Nair, we got a lot of people coming. I have folks in the back, so let's keep it short. Let's just beat you with the first round of questions, then we'll go to our brother Abu. All right, Dr. Richardson, thank you. Again, if we can just keep it simple, because we're speaking to Liberians, we want them to understand. The loss is 10% after running wire on. I'm not understanding it. But I know you're doing what you got to do. With the technical
CEO, the point I'm trying to make. One minute. The point I'm trying to make on the question Dr. Richardson asked is, it is the responsibility of the company to ensure that the power that they generate, that power reaches the consumer. And if the power that they generate, a big portion of it is not reaching the consumer, the regulator will consider that as inefficient, and so that cost may not be
up to now. You should have done that. Inefficient. That's Mr. Duadu, go ahead. I'm begging you.
Hey, brother Ali, welcome to the show. The funny thing is, I know a lot about the industry. I used to work as a senior pricing analyst for many years for a telecommunications company, and we dealt with a lot of regulators. And I'm going to be frank with you. Whenever we present a case to the government. And I know Liberia is a small case, but whenever we present a case to the government to justify the form of pricing that we are coming up with, we have to make sure first and foremost that pricing considers the customer. It considers the cost. it considers the compatibility, it considers the competition, and it considers the environment and the environmental delivery. Now, the crucial component that we always had to justify was the strategy, the implementation factor, how it affects the society, and how is that pricing relevant for the customer that be. Now, my first question to you is, what justification has LEC given you as a regulator to tell you, say, these prices must be increased? What was their justification?
So the goal of this appearance is not actually to discuss the details of LEC's tariff proposal. That's not our goal now, because there's going to be a lot of time we're going to have to do that. We do not, the commission cannot come and try to defend and try to discuss LEC's application when LEC as a company has not had the time to defend its own application to the public. So our goal here is to let the Liberian people know that the company has made this application, they've proposed these changes, and that we are going to go through a rigorous process to engage the public, to make sure that the public get involved. So people who were not paying attention to some of these issues, they need to get involved so that we can make sure they are part of the decision.
Okay, so basically you cannot
speak to go through a rigorous process. The process is done. We don't want it. It's just simple. You don't have to go through a rigorous. Sorry, Mr. Dwado, go ahead.
I agree. Now, you will not speak to the justification, but I will ask you a yes or no question. You're not a politician. Is the justification given you, is it sufficient so far?
Yes, the answer will come the answer will come from our report.
Okay,
so
let me give you the second question. I'm not going to dwell on that too much. It seems every time the regulators in Liberia, and specifically I'm talking to your regulation and your commission, the focus is always on the fees. It's not on the secondary regulations that are going to strengthen LDC. I don't hear you guys talking about how LDC are bringing in insufficient meters in the country. I don't hear you guys ever talking about how LDC is regulating the sector to reduce the amount of theft in the country. I don't hear the regulators putting more weight on LDC to minimize the kind of cost going to the customer. All the regulators tend to focus on is how much you're getting, how much you're charging. Why is it so one-sided when it comes to regulation?
No, actually, I differ. It's not. We are not one-sided. If you just went to the LERC website and if you were to go there and just download our last tariff report we issued, it was very comprehensive. We touched on all of these issues. We set targets for losses. In fact, there is a whole loss trajectory that we decide in terms of, and we incentivize for that. There are requirements that you have to meet in terms of connection, in terms of fees, in terms of service delivery, the quality of services. So all of these things are always considered. But just think about it. You've worked in the sector before, according to what you've said. If we were to only consider price without considering all of the other variables, how are we then able to determine the price? Because all of these other factors are actually the constituent parts that feed into the price that comes as a result of the tariff. So we look at all of them one after the other and set targets for the utility, and those targets are the ones that we monitor during the implementation for the tariff review period. So that's why when you ask the question about what do we do about the cost, I'm like, okay, we cannot talk about the detail of LEC application now because that will unfold during the review process.
Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Yang. It's really good to see you. And thank you for, all of the clarifications you have made. LEC currently has 282,505 customers, paying customers on LEC grade. All of that increased from 147,000 customers they had in 2021 and 2022. About 50% of those customers are stealing current. 50%. They are doing, when you connect Paul Kennedy house, Paul Kennedy's sister come and connect her own. My sister cousin connect through my sister's house, and the whole network is crazy. You cannot understand it. What you're telling us here, Mr. Yen, is all of those other 50% customers who are stealing current or taking current illegally, the cost of current now becomes on the legal customer to pay the tariff to cover the lost current. Is that what you're telling us?
Firstly, that's not what I'm saying explicitly. What I'm saying is that in fact, just a bit of correction. If you have 237,000 or whatever the number of customers connected to LEC customer database and actively vending, then these customers cannot be part of the power theft customers, because those who are stealing are those who are actually bypassing. They may not necessarily be in LEC system and LEC network. And I want to really talk about this the economic logic, the economic case around why this power theft argument, we will try to make it may not be as solid as we try to make it. The reason is electricity is economy of scale. So imagine if you look at many of the homes, you go to many homes in some communities, they consume in a whole month just around 25 or 30 kilowatt hour for the whole month. The power that, for example, the American embassy alone will use is even more than the power the entire nuclear town or the entire local town will be able to consume. So if we talk about connection or power theft, for power theft to become more profound, it has to be done on an industrial scale. It has to be big customers, large people, large consumers connected to the network who are not actually paying. Because if it is the smaller consumers, you need to get thousands, tens of thousands of consumers in order to even account for example, 10,000 kilowatt hour. But one company can easily consume 20,000 kilowatt hour. So that's why, because of the economics of power theft and the economics of the energy sector, when big companies are connected to the network, they consume more. I think this whole argument about power theft and how we try to, every time there is a difference, then we say it's power theft, we need to really be able to account for our energy, the energy that comes into the network. And these are some of the issues that we look at every time when we're reviewing the tariff. Because the whole idea that, oh, okay, power theft is high, because power theft is high, that's why the tariff has to be high. That argument is not economic.
Thank you, Alio.
Thank you, Mr. Nyan. My second question is the competition in the sector, and we are glad that LERC, since it's coming to being, has been doing some work. What other agency, you might not need to call their name, but which other electricity power production or power generation or distribution entities are you expecting that is going to also submit or compete to be a part of the sector? How many other companies will have that besides LEC?
Okay, so we have JEP that operates in Nimba and Bond County. We have LRB Energy that operates in the Southeast, Grand Crew, Maryland, River G. You know, and so LEC operates the national grid company, and they are operating in Cape Mount, Bomi, Monserrado, as well as Margibi. Most time when people talk about competition, they think that that means we have to come and take LEC operation license and break it up and give LEC operation areas to different companies. It doesn't happen like that. LEC is a company owned by the government. So if there is any decision that has to be taken on the future role that LEC has to play in the electricity sector, that decision has to be made by the government of Liberia and not the regulator. The regulator only sets the rules and enforces the rules. If you have a situation where the government, for example, is not taking the right decisions around LEC, then the regulator cannot go in there. We can only raise these issues in our report, but we cannot go in there and physically constrain, because LEC is also a government-owned institution. The regulator is an independent regulator, but it has limits in how it regulates LEC because of the very political nature and of it.
And he got that right because of the political nature. And let's go to Uncle Sam, Umbla Mame, Glenley. We still got Dr. Pope in the back.
Okay, listen to me. I'm going to make some statements, and I want my gentleman here to respond to it. I did my master thesis on electricity access in the state of Monrovia, and I even interviewed whoever was the chairman of LERC in 2021. I did a mapping of stakeholders, and I think I have a good idea of what is going on. But I want to speak to my Liberian people. What LEC is trying to say to you all is that they're going to be increasing your current bill by 40%, 37%, 40% for something they call social customers. Social customers have a rate of 15 cents per kilowatt hour. Then your residential customers going to go, that's 40%. Residential customer going to 37%. So what it means, if you are living in Newtown, if you're paying $100 now, your bill will go to $140. So if you are living in Joplin, right, and you are paying $100, your bill will go to $137.50. Now, the reason why LEC has to charge such a huge amount of money is because of something we call commercial losses, power theft. Let's look at country analysis. In Ghana, it's about what? 12 cents kilowatt per hour. La Côte d'Ivoire, 14 cents kilowatt per hour. And they have lower power theft and lower commercial loss. It means that they have fewer customers, okay, stealing, or the quantum or the amount of current that they're stealing in no country is lower than ours. The reason why we're stealing plenty of current in Liberia, because LEC is very inefficient in some what they call transmission and distribution. Meaning, when you go to LEC to register, it takes 3, 4, 5 months to get electricity. And electricity is a social good, right? If you live in side by side with one person will be costing you, oh, but you ain't got no damn current. So you feel constrained to go steal the current. So basically, what the LEC is asking us to do is to pay for their complete inefficiency. Because the World Bank and every donor that has tried to deal with this sector say, cut your commercial losses. Cut your commercial losses, cut the power theft. When I was doing my thesis in 2021, power theft was 70%. And I don't know what it's gone down to today. So LEC is an inefficient state parastatal that needs to be uprooted, either to be privatized, sold, or something dramatic, instead of trying to allow to make the poor people in Liberia to basically subsidize an inefficient public corporation, which is typically a very profitable venture in most civilized places around the world. So those are my comments, and you can react to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. I'm going to let him hold off to your comment while we bring Abula Mame Glandy, then after which we'll be hearing from Mr. Abu Dekonti Sanso. Abula, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Stanton. It's good to be back. I have something to say, but I really want the Mr. Nye and Mr. Dekonti to really push and emphasize on this point. I raised this point before, that the fight against power theft in Liberia, the reason why we keep complaining about power theft is because every effort to address power theft have been targeted to the wrong people. The main users, the main people, the big companies that are stealing power in connection with people at LEC are not being pursued. Rather, those people who, when you aggregate all the power they're using, those small zinc brand end are connecting, just put their level all in the net, you put all of them power theft together. It's not significant to is there. So since you people are there, I really want you to emphasize, to explain this whole thing about the connection between small power theft and big power theft and how it's hurting the country. Where do we put focus? I want you to emphasize that. It's not a statement to say people who stealing to put one level on should continue stealing. But until we can know where the real problem lies, we will not solve power theft. So I want you to emphasize it. That's my first point.
Yeah, so thank you very much. The issue of energy accounting has to be considered. Power theft, the loss of power in its very minute quantity is a loss. So we have to properly put in energy accounting. When the power leaves the power plant, you have to account for what leaves the power plant. When it gets to the substation, you have to account for what gets to the substation. When it arrives at the homes, you have to account for them. if you put in a mechanism where you can pinpoint where the leakages are, then you are able to solve the problem. But as it stands, like you said, we have not been able to, the service providers have not been able to actually pinpoint where these leakages are. So the effort is in the wrong direction. You have to be scientific about it. And to be scientific about it, you have to meter all of your connection points. Your power delivery points, the exit points have to be metered. Once you do the metering and you can properly account if there's any leakages, you can pinpoint it and know where to solve the problem. And that's what is absent right now.
I agree 100%. That's just the problem. Once we have meters, everyone's meter is going to solve the problem. But the point that on the other point that Ambula was making is that, as I said, a typical home in a low community house, in a low household community, will be consuming around 10-15 kilowatt hour in a month, or maybe up to 20, even let's assume 50 kilowatt hour in a month. Imagine for how many homes have to consume 50 kilowatt hour to amount to, say, 100,000 kilowatt hour to account for example, that level of losses. So like Abu said, we have to have a system in place to be able to account for the energy every step along the way and improve the efficiency around the services that we provide customers, because that's the only short way of solving power theft and all of these other issues. And also because if we look at so one other question people can ask is, what kind of institutional structure you may need to have in place to solve this problem? It may be the case that the way everybody fighting, forcing LEC under its current structure to solve this problem, it may also be the case that we may not necessarily need the entity to be structured the way it is to solve the problem. You might need to alter the structure of the entity in order to solve the problem. Because as I said earlier, the electricity sector, that distribution part where the interface is between the network and the customers, government institutions, public institutions are very inefficient in handling that part of the business. Why? Because incentives are always misaligned. And if you bring a private sector in, that's why private sector institutions are always good at solving that problem, because it is the only situation where you find the private sector objective of increasing profit or increasing revenue aligns with the public sector objective of increasing assets, because the private company knows that to continue to make money, the light has to be on. And then if you keep the lights on and you connect customers and the customers are paying, your revenue will go up. So that's why the private sector is always, and when private sector company performs well, they get more profit. But if
So
you
let's
have
talk
a
about the private.
it doesn't
Let's
help.
talk about the private sector. That's where my next question comes. Let's talk about this private sector role. There are a couple. I don't know whether in the context you're talking and that where my question coming from. There are a couple of private sector actors: the Jungle Energy, the Liberia Energy, and I think one other group. My question to you is, as regulator, how efficient have these private providers been? Have you ever received a report from the LEC on their operations to determine and use it as a basis to make an argument that these private sector providers are helping or contributing to the problem? When was the last time your commission received report from the LEC on the role of the private sector provider in the sector?
Okay, so the Jungle Energy Power that we speak of is a service provider licensed by the LERC. When it comes to the aggregate technical and commercial losses, is around 18%, 19%. They have a very good performance when it comes to their posture on reducing commercial and technical losses. And that speaks to the fact that they are private sector driven. They get revenue from providing services, keeping the lights on, they get more revenue. So it has proven that the private sector, private companies, they fight more to provide quality service, and by that they get more revenue. Jungle is very efficient when it comes to performance with loss reduction. We have another company in Toyota, TEC. Their commercial loss is almost negligible.
I beg you. Can you look into the camera, like just turn the other way?
And also, Abu, can you tell us what is the current
I
losses?
was trying to speak in the mic here.
Hold on one minute, Augustin, no. Augustin, you don't ask those quick question today. Wait, Augustin, I beg you, please. I want you to answer my question. Yeah, please, I beg you, Augustin.
I want to piggyback on it. It's important, Stendo, I beg you, because I want people to know what is the percentage.
Augustin, we'll come to you next. Let me answer my question first. I just wanted him to look into the camera. Go ahead, brother Abu.
Okay, so he was asking for what can we say about the performance of the other service provider, and that's what I was trying to provide. So I gave him an analysis of the aggregate technical and commercial loss profile of Jungle Energy Power. For Jungle Energy Power is around 19 to 20%, and for LEC is around 46%.
Okay, Mommy, that was the second question, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's say it come back to Sis Glenny. Sis Glenny, welcome to the show. Please ask your question, man.
So hello everybody. My question is, with all of the issues that's been going on with LEC, and I was a little bit late, but I heard you all talking about increasing the price, I don't know, whatever it is, what is going to be different with the LEC if you make the changes now financially compared to what we had before? What's going to be the difference, and how can we guarantee that this difference will be sustainable?
Thank you very much, and that's the whole essence of this tariff setting process. The process requires that LEC makes, or the service provider, in that case LEC, makes a proposal. Now, what is going to be different is what the LEC has to provide the justification. Now, the role of the regulator is to look at the justification and look for the prudency in the justification and say, okay, we agree with this, because cost, we're not just going to approve cost. The cost has to be reflective, and the cost has to be efficient. So the role of what's going to be, the onus is on LEC now to tell us what's going to be different by justifying why there should be an increase in the tariff. If we don't see the prudence in it, we're not allowed what they are proposing, and we are going to make a decision. And the decision we are going to make, there are three scenarios. The first one is the current tariff that we have could be reduced. That's one scenario. The current tariff we have could remain the same, or we could agree with LEC and the tariff that they are proposing, we could accept it or even increase it. So the tariff principle, LERC tariff principle, is premised on the fact that we want the efficient service provider to recover its full cost and get a margin on their cost. And we also want the tariff that is being proposed, or the tariff that is going to be approved, to be affordable. So this is a difficult process we are going to go through to strike that balance.
So let me ask you a question. Glenn, hold your second question here. You refuse to answer Eduardo's question as to what was given to you guys concerning resolution, something for you to see. But you're just selling this thing. You cannot tell the Liberian people, we have looked at some document, we went through them, and we're here to explain to you, our fellow Liberian, whether you should accept this, whether this will be good for you. Are you hiding something from the Liberian people here?
No,
no, on a serious note, because I know, guys, listen, we love having you, but it looked like you're playing us. You're playing the Liberian people.
No,
overseer. Let me finish, brother Abu. You are serving as overseer, right? You tell LDC what is best for the Liberian people. But it's like you are acting like money captain. No, seriously. You are operating within the money captain cartel. You can only flash and tell us something that you want to tell us, but when Eduardo asks you, what was some of the proposal, you say you can't tell us. How will you can sell a product and you had something about how you got the product and what good the product will do for us, but you want to shove it down our throat? And everything on this document, I will end with this one, Brother Abu and Brother Leo. Everything on this document, everything here, it's all increased. You had it at a lower cost. And LDC is performing very poorly. Worst in the history of Africa. Complete darkness, like hell. Let me ask you, as a regulator for this body, have you asked LDC how much they have generated and what they're using the money for? Have you asked them? Have you asked Money Captain why he's still owing Ivory Coast? Have you asked Money Captain why he going to Ghana to bring in LDC? Have you asked Money Captain why they were requesting car power $6 million? No. But you left that one. You left all of those, and you're telling us, "Oh, you want us to increase the price? You want us to? We care less. You guys stealing from us. You're stealing from the Liberian people." If I open the phone out right now, everybody will say you'll get out of the station. I'm not going to do it though, because that's your network too. Are you guys working for Money Captain here? And then let me ask the last question. And I know I took very question, but let me say this. Money Captain presented this to the board. You guys, as per your own policy, who should come up with this thing? Money Captain or you guys?
So the way it works, there has to be transparency in the conduct of the tariff process. The proposal for a tariff has to come from the service provider. The role of the regulator is to take that proposal and vet it.
So where is the proposal? Did you receive? Because I can read a proposal to you. Someone sent me a copy. Where is the proposal?
That's what you just share on the screen.
No, the entire reason why Money Captain think that this thing should be increased.
No, the tariff process is a process. The first step is, here is the proposal. The next step is, here are the supporting documents. The third step is, we will have an abridged application and we'll publish it. Then,
but why are you selling it? Why are you getting, to the fourth quarter? You have not come through the first, second, and third. Why are you selling this thing? If we have problem with LDC already, and you're doing the LDC bidding, no. I'm not blaming you, Ali, my friend, Abu, my friend. No. But you know why? It's just bad for our country. Either you're in or you're out. And what you guys are doing is unique, but you're still hiding something from the Liberian people. And people are asking you, as a regulator, as an overseer, tell us, why are we still owing Ivory Coast today? Have you asked for it, Captain?
I think CEO apparently, I think there's a strategy for the CEO to get us to talk about the truth.
No, it's not a strategy.
CEO, the truth is,
you know what I would do, brother Adil, you know what I would do? If that means saying it, then I beg you. Nothing come on the show. Let's talk to the Liberian people. You want to ask them? What am I doing? No.
Yes, ask them.
No, don't say no now. Nelson, please come on the show. Let's ask the Liberian people.
Yes.
What are they want? We don't call this thing. We'll take as many calls as we can take. Let's ask the Liberian people whether they agree with your proposal. Let's end it today.
Yes.
Nelson, come on the call. Nelson, come on. Let's ask the Liberian people whether they want this proposal. No, we don't need no further explanation.
No, but I just want to know that when Dwalo asked
you will tell us. Brother,
I didn't come here to go into the detail of the proposal, and I want you to respect that.
You cannot come on spoon, brother Ali. You can't come on spoon and go halfway. You gotta go all in.
No, but we already gone full way.
We don't do some done and some not done on the show.
We did not come here to discuss the details of LEC proposal. That's the children as we.
But then how you will be selling it?
You cannot sell thing like that, because what happened? It is frustrating. I'm going to play you video tonight, right now tonight. Places, Capitol Hill is in complete darkness. LU campus is in complete darkness. Because of the darkness, the student must leave LU by 5, 6 o'clock. And you guys are the regulator. You know very well that Money Captain was in Ghana recently, trying to take power from Ghana, asking for another $6 million. You know that. Have you asked Money Captain proceed that he has received? What is he doing? Almost $80 million a year? Or that just a select few eating it? How can you be a regulator, selling product from Money Captain, and you say we're not going to talk this, but we'll talk this? Nelson, are you coming on? Let's take call, Nelson. Is Nelson in studio? Or you're begging him to come on?
But let him come on. Let him come on.
Nelson, you can't Nelson where you are.
No, but see, the truth is that we're not going to be bullied into.
No. I don't do those things. No, brother.
I know. But the truth. Okay. Then the point is, it is very good and professional to respect the fact that we've said that, and Abu has clearly outlined that the tariff review is a process. The first step in that process is when the company submits an application, which LEC has done. And because the application is submitted for the citizens, we have to inform the citizens. The second part is we will publish the application. There is a timeline for that. Once we've done the, and then after that, we'll do public hearing. We'll have public town hall meetings where people will come and LEC will make presentation to them and they will ask the questions. And then after that, the commission will make a decision, and that decision will be announced to the public. We cannot come at this inception stage to inform the Liberian people that we have received an application from LEC, and then you're asking us, telling us that we should go into the details.
How many years have you worked with how many years have you worked with LERC? How many years have you worked?
Since it started.
Since it started. Do you think right now, under these current conditions, it's a way to rescue our fellow Liberian by increasing tariff on these different issues? Do you think? Let's forget about your position. Let's talk like as Liberian. Do you think right now
I did not. But by the way, my appearance here is paid. My appearance here is supported by the commission. So I didn't come here to. I have my own personal views, but
what's your personal view as a Liberian?
My personal
what's your personal view?
The views here I'm going to express are going to be the official position of LERC. And that's where we're going to stick to. I beg you, please.
No, you're free, my man. We're not going to section you. Nelson, go to the full line. Yeah. I know you got to put food on your table. I respect that. Let's hear from the Liberian people. That
While Nelson going on the line, let me ask you one question. The last time you people did the process, like you said, the last time you did the process,
you will let Mame ask questions. You let me ask questions.
Because Mame younger than you.
Yeah, and plus that, Samuel Jackson Stanton is the moderator. He decides who asks questions. They post the question to us.
Yeah, you're not no lawyer for Stanton.
No, I'm not Stanton lawyer. I'm just trying to make this. I'm just trying to let us have this forum professional. That's all I'm trying to do. CNN people can't be saying and arguing who comes in.
I don't think Stanton left people from the southeast. You want to let people from the northwest.
That's why I voted Joe where I am. Thank you.
Yeah, from the southeast.
But I wanted to ask. You see, they show this conversation, people listening and the concern. What the concern is, we want to follow your track record. The last time they submitted tariff to you, you review it. Did it increase or a decrease based on your review? The last time it happened.
I just provided the clarity. I told you that in 2021, we did a comprehensive review of LEC tariff. In fact, that's the tariff people are paying today, and that tariff expires on the 31st of December. LEC tariff proposal at that time was 35 cents per kilowatt hour. That was what they applied for. And we vetted the cost, we reviewed the cost, we used our modeling tools, we did everything. And we realized that the numbers, the cost structure, the efficient cost did not add up to the tariff, to the price that they proposed. So what did we do? In 2021, I can still remember December 10th when the decision was made, the commission reduced the tariff. That's how we say, okay, social customers, instead of they paying 35 cents, they will now pay 15 cents. We said medium voltage customers, instead of paying 35 cents, they will now pay 19 cents. Commercial customers, instead of paying 35 cents, they will now pay 22 cents. And household, instead of paying 35 cents, they will pay 24 cents. That was our record. And what did we do? We didn't allow, for example, the public perception, public views to influence that process, because the tariff process is a technical process. I'm a professional economist. And so when we do this analysis, we want the technical analysis to follow through the process. And that's why you see Abu here is an engineer. So if you have the question that are styled to get...
There are
certain questions you can ask a politician, certain questions you ask a technician, and that's my point.
Yeah,
That's the
you know very well you are coming on spawn. You know you were coming on spawn. You expected this. But the issue remains that
let me provide point of information, please. Just 1 minute.
Let me go to Uncle Sam before you kill us. Then we'll
okay, maybe Uncle Sam could even benefit from the information I want to provide.
Ask a question. Okay.
I like how you go with everybody. I'm feeling my second question here.
That's right. You're right. Uncle Sam?
No, Abu, have you all seen the mathematical study done on the LEC and the dam and distribution and transmission? Have you read it? Have you seen it? The mathematical study?
Yes, I've
okay,
seen
great.
it.
Okay, then the second quick question you're talking about, you base this thing upon cost recovery, right? And a small margin. But I just want to know whether in determining that margin, you look at the proposed capital investments of LEC in making that determination. I'm asking a very technical question. This is not from our Gaytown people. Now, this is from our people from, so do you all look at proposed investments when you're making that margin to make sure that they have sufficient to reinvest to make for some efficiency in the capital investment? Do you do that?
Yes, like I said earlier, the tariff is principle on full recovery of the cost, the efficient cost, and not just any cost that you put there. And imagine, because anyone who gets in your business, you want to make profit. So we look at investment, and not just investment, because sometimes people are clever. They make investment that are not even usable or useful to the business. So we look at the prudency of the business, of the investment also. We don't just allow investment because you want to make investment.
Yeah.
The investment.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And same we use WACC, the weighted average cost of capital. We compute the WACC, and then use the WACC, apply the WACC on the rate base in order to determine the return.
Yeah.
So because it's 10:15, let's just get to it, Brother Abu, Brother Alio. The fact remains that you are here to sell your product, this proposal, to see the people reaction. We're going to go to the phone line before we get back to our sister Glennie to ask a second question. Let's take some calls, and then you will go home with something tonight. I want you to hear and feel what the Liberian people are feeling. Nelson, let's take some calls, please.
CEO, could I provide the information before we go to the line, please? It's important that I provide this information. The Bernier did an analysis on the power sector, on the institutions that are currently there. One thing that I wanted to mention is the Liberian government entity, our own LEC supply and the cost of consuming current for them every month is around $450,000 in bills. Sometimes, and most times, the government does not pay her bills. They do not. So that is also a calculated waste of supply. Let it be known.
Thank you.
LEC is supplying all of Liberian government entities with their electricity that is generated and distributed. And sometimes Liberian government is holding in the tune of 11 to 12 to 13 million dollars they can pay.
Thank you, Paul.
So I just wanted to make that point there clear.
Maybe if you have good leadership at LDC, they will get that money. I should assure you.
One comment on that point.
Ali, I beg you. Let me go to the phone now. You guys will speak up who you for. He just wanted to put us some information. I'm begging you. Now, so let's go to the phone line because it's very important for the Liberian people to speak to our brother Abu and our brother Ali. You know, because of poor leadership at LEC, corrupt behavior at LEC. That's why the government entity themselves not paying the bill. Nelson, you want to open the phone line?
Yeah. So 0
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yes, hello. This phone talk?
Yes, talk to us real quick. You on the show?
Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. And my question is to the two guys in studio. So I want to know whether some of the way we can go around something that the energy problem in Liberia is to decouple this energy services being provided by LEC. Should we look at it from distribution, transmission, and generation without help?
Thank you.
You guys from the commission, maybe you guys can help to enlighten us about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nelson, let's go. Let's take calls in Liberia. People that are sleeping on the darkness tonight, those that have electricity, those that are paying for the fuel. Let's hear them. Nelson?
055-101075. Hello?
Hello, Nelson. Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you. You are live. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson. Good evening.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, Nelson.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. Your name and where you call from.
Thank you so much. CEO. Thank you very much so nice for me to go through the LEC with you. So, yeah, be very fair with you. LEC, even though who working on the fee, they had their very well community that they can collect fee. People on power test. Yeah, yesterday, some of them came to my yard. They came, even when they never even speak to my wife, they just move straight in my house. Oh, he don't see the meter. He don't see the meter. Okay? I showed him 3 horses with a meter. He didn't care to go there. He said, oh, I can't go there. So we are the one committed. I had 3 horses, 2 to Ghana, 1 to Jamaica. We who committed to the government. You want out of Tariff. Everyone all will go to power test. That's all I want to tell them. We who committed, you want to add our pay up, go for pay. Thank you so much.
Let's hold you there and take this person. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Please go ahead.
Yeah, Nelson. This is 40M Corner from 72nd.
40, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Oh, the guy instilled the technical man. Please ask him. Because there's a thing that they are doing since 2002. Anytime they put meter on your wall, whether you use the current, you not use the current, there's a flat rate. They say that tariff that you have to pay $2.some, $2 some cents every month. Whether you say you not use it, you gotta pay. And they all this meter prepay. If you do prepayment, it's an asset. You decide when to use it, or if you are not finished using it, you still have your asset. But if you say you have $1,000 in your phone, in your meter, you will continue paying that tax every month. They will calculate it against you. The day you want to go recharge, you will have to pay that. If you to pay $50, you will pay before you recharge again. Is that right? Basically, they are cheating us.
Thank you. Hello. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Nelson Colette. My name is Moses Tuason. I'm calling you from Dupovo in a dirtiest place called Fambula community where LEC is the transformer blue or just 1 week ago.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 week ago. So, you know, Ali taught me economics at EMU University, developing economics. I respect him. He's my young brother. I like him. But Nelson is sorry to say this. I will say it. This our country. when people are sent to position, only thing they use them, those are all done is that because they see the suffering education, the disease. So all the things they are saying over there, sorry, I'm sitting in darkness right now. The transformer blew up, and one thing somebody said is that all the LEC is very ineffective. Corrupt. When meter is stolen, you can't get it. If I have the card that the meter was doing the World Bank, they gave it was stolen.
Thank you.
Amen. The treat out of the country.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Please walk away from the radio. Lower the volume of your radio, please. Okay, let's take another person. Hello.
Hello, Nancy. Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Hello, Nancy.
You are live, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening to the CEO and others. My name is Segu Fofana in Baje Faje. Nancy, let me say something about LEC. You know, LEC from time to time, LEC is embarrassed to Liberian people, more especially with the one that with the dweller of the Swan community. You know, LEC, what we expecting in a day people going to our work that LEC come. So in a night one can no LEC. And also, if I'm recommending our government, if LEC is honor Liberian government, let it give it to different parties. But what about they make money cutting? Why they make them move the position? Or they make them we are shares here, then they make them another day again. They no improvement, then they want our tariff. Or what you want to do to us?
Thank you very much.
What
That's all you
do
there.
in a country? So you're tariff, you're in a studio, you're talking different. On tonight.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay, this person. Let's hear you. You're live.
Good evening, Nathan.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
Okay. Father explained the LAC people at the office. But my point is that the same issue with the LAC business. When they connect you, if you are not paying your current bill, like maybe you travel from here in America or whatever for 6 or 7 months, you are not using that meter, but rather they will compare to pay for it. So that one I'm very concerned about before they want to me. But if maybe you travel for 1 year somewhere, you use meter, but the meter is connected. But they say they will expect to pay for one year that which you are not using the meter.
Thank you. 0555-101075 is the number to call. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
I was being fired from PSV.
Go ahead, Fire.
You see, in Liberia, it's so unfortunate. Like God help somebody they are sent to power. All they do is to lie. Believe you me, my brother. LEC workers, there are so many of them in the streets who they call power theft workers. They come in a community to sell. We know them. And while we inside of the community paying our current bill, we see people using current as gay about they use the current recklessly. You know, it's so disgusting. They're sitting in studio, they're talking all type of things. That's so black.
Thank you.
For heaven's sake, they are not doing any good thing. We are sitting in darkness. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, your name and where you calling from?
This is Bo Akok from Kingsville.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
No, it is so disheartening that when people are appointed to positions in this country, instead of executing the duty for which they have been assigned, they don't do it. So listen, they are regulators. LEC, the people have meters all in their possession selling it, whereas those meters are supposed to be given free charge so that as soon as you subscribe, you start paying the government. But they do so. People have the meter in their possession. They can't they put the meter in your home, they take it off, and then they sell it all over the place. Is that supposed to be? What are they regulating?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Hello, I'm Augustine B. calling from Yes.
Go ahead, let's hear you.
I want to ask the engineer in the studio, please. This wonderful power tell, who is responsible for it? Who is really responsible for it? Is this the Labrepo or the LEC people? Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Thank you very much,
much.
Nelson. We'll call you back, Nelson, because our guests, both of them have to leave.
So we want to say thank you. We'll call you back. It's good to have you, Dr. Bopla. We have to, at least Uncle Sam is in the back while Dr. Bopla is on the show. Before we get to you, Brother Abu and Brother Leo, let me allow Glennie to ask her last question. Dr. Bopla will come in, then we can ask you guys to do your closing. You heard from the Liberian people. The presentation just, I don't think you did. You tried, but you didn't make it tonight. So maybe when you come back next time, our brethren, probably you'll try next time. But today, part the people ain't understand anything, and you got to come back. But Glennie, they tried, but they didn't make it tonight.
I know, and my question was in line with being an ordinary citizen, but I'll still ask the question because we've already heard from the Liberian people. If you were an ordinary Liberian sitting in the dark as a citizen who is finding it difficult for ends to meet, and you tell them you've had this LEC that's not working, they're getting outsourcing from Ivory Coast, and now you're coming to them, you're doing a poor job already, poor service they're getting, and you're coming to them now again and asking them to increase the money that they're paying, increase the price. If you were an ordinary citizen, what would be your response?
I will follow the process of the tariff setting. I will generate interest in it. I will follow the process so that I will know why the proposal to increase the tariff. It may be justifiable. It may not be justifiable. And that's why we have come to this forum to let the public know, because the tariff setting process is open. It should be transparent. There's no information that we're supposed to hide from the customers, because in fact, when the decision is made, they are going to pay or impact the decision that will be made.
Stanton, my brother, answer the man Benu. Answer the man Benu. Man Benu in the dark there. Eh? You are in the dark there. How you be feeding? What do you say?
Say you follow process.
So that's what I'm saying. So I'm in the darkness. Omen Koluba in the darkness. LEC say we increase the price. I was asked the question, why? Why you want to increase the price? And I'll wait for them to tell me why. And I will look up to the regulator who is being set up by law.
Now who answer you?
The process.
I will like you.
See, Abu, you see the problem we find ourselves in this country. I will tell you guys this. 9 years before then, the Liberian people were under hell. And I think they are still under hell.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad for our country. I know you guys are doing your work. I'm not beating on you guys. You guys are doing exactly what you're called to do. But I can guarantee you, if you increase the people LEC tariff, hell will break loose. I can get whether you say it's part of your, ain't part of your, I can guarantee you. So I listen, you'll come back 100 times, we ain't going anywhere. We'll talk to the people. Then the Bopla take us home, and then we'll go back to Mr. Abu, Sasson, and Alio for the closing.
No, I want to hear what Alio's response will be, because he's a professor. He has students who's having difficulty. I want to hear him. And Abu, that answer that Vla answer. So let me hear what Alio has to say.
Anyway, clearly, if I were in that position, I would be very angry, and I would be angry, and I would be disappointed. I would be like, okay, but I'm not actually having the service currently. Why is it that the company wants to increase the price? At the current price I'm paying, I'm not getting the service. Why they want the price to go up? I mean, I would legitimately be incensed by that decision. Then following the following day now, luckily, if I hear that there is a regulator that's presiding over a process to make that decision, I will follow through and get involved and ask the right questions and make sure that my voice is heard. Because there is a power in collective activism. If the people get involved, raise their issues, those issues will be addressed. The CEO was thinking that we're going to put people open the line, people going to be dealing with us, but he was surprised. People are dealing with LEC. We're not representing LEC.
No, but our problem is LEC.
Part of the problem here, we're trying to find solution to the very LEC problem.
Our problem is LEC. You guys sitting on that. You guys sitting on that.
And that's exactly the problem that we're trying to solve.
Do you know the power idea you hold? But you guys babysitting LEC.
No.
You guys babysitting LEC. Have you made any recommendation? Let me ask you a question, Chief. Let me ask you. Have you made any recommendation to the president about what has happened and what is happening with LEC? I don't know you.
I agree. Let me just say this one sentence before I go to that question. The single most important decision, economic decision that was made in this country over the last 5 years was to have changed the tariff of electricity to have brought it down from 35 cents to.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
And it's been in place for 2.5 years. That was done by the commission.
I agree, but I'm talking.
I don't think it is important for anybody here to be.
Anil, 1 minute. I'm not talking about 6-year job we are government. Because what's the worst when you talk about LDC and your body? Your body deceives the people. Your regulatory body said that money captain should stay there because the partner wanted him there.
That is a misrepresentation.
Let me finish, Chief. Let me finish.
No, the commission has never
interrupted me now. So when I try to hit
the reason why I have to make this clarification
but that's okay.
Ordinarily, I will allow you to talk, but when you make it statement, you will have people here.
Wait 1 minute. Let's bring it down to Brooklyn. I'm not going to put it on you. I will let you go there and deal with you. Let's put it on down to Brooklyn.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you. Good evening to my friends, Mr. Sanso and Mr. Young. Good evening. Good to see you. Electricity is an essential commodity. It's good for educational enhancement. Is good for economic development, is good for national security and healthcare delivery. And in most cases, electricity is what we call a natural monopoly. The demand is extremely high. I'm sorry to say, but power theft is a shameful excuse for a company that is grossly inefficient. Where demand is high, you don't even need to increase prices. The fact is, you lower the price, you increase aggregate demand, and it's directly proportional to revenue. You make more money by charging less. I appreciate my good friend over there who said they lower the price before. Well, guess what? If I were on the commission with you, this particular proposal would have no consideration. You increase a bad product and poor service. The lowest percentage is 36, the highest is 310. I'll take that proposal and give it right back to you and say, take it back to where you got it from. This is so unfair to the Liberian people. I am going to call all my lawmakers in Magibi. We're going to meet and we're going to prepare to reject this. And Bumming should do the same thing. And Montserrat should do the same thing. And Kipman should do the same thing. This is unconscionable. Look, the service is so poor. 11 days in a row, I had Christmas light like this every day, 11 days in a row. You call, they run you around. When they come, they want money. The service is bad. So regulate the service and the way they deal with the public. I know my good friends are aware. So let me ask my question. Are you aware of the things I just mentioned? That they are overpricing us, that they are corrupt, that the service is poor? Are you aware? And if so, what are the regulators doing? That's my first question.
Yes, yes. Okay, so
For any of my good friends here.
yeah, I can go ahead. Okay, so we are fully aware of LEC's performance because we get monthly reports, we get quarterly reports. We are fully aware of LEC performance, and we are working along with LEC areas that can be improved. We are improving. We are work with them, and it's being improved. Areas that are challenging, we are also working with them to make sure that those areas are improved. What are the remedies that we have? If the service provider cannot live up to the regulations that we have the option to find LEC. We have the option to revoke LEC's license. We have the option to suspend her license. But we are aware of the situation, and we have
not done any of those things because you can't do it because of politics. You can't even come close to it because of politics.
We have fined LEC before.
And Dr. Brupler,
when did you find LEC? When?
We find LEC 2 years ago when we newly issued a license.
Did you find out how much?
We find them and they pay.
How much? How much you find them?
$10,000.
That money captain, one-way plane ticket to Ghana. Just stop joking with that, bro, man. Dr.
Brupler, I think your mic is muted. Dr. Brupler, your explanation was very excellent. We know very well that's the structure of the market, and that's exactly what we look at when we're looking at the structure and designing policies around improving efficiency. And Liberia is Liberia is one country in which, if you were to improve efficiency and reform the electricity sector, it would actually lead to much lower end user tariff electricity price to consumers. So there is a lot of benefit here. It's going to help the economy. It's going to help economic growth. It's going to help just everything. If we were to improve efficiency in the electricity sector, that would lead to lower tariff and better economic outcome. And this is why I think all of the issues people are raising, it should be a clarion call to all of the policymakers, all of the stakeholders, that this conversation around improving efficiency in the electricity sector has to happen. But this is not the responsibility of the regulator, because the regulator does not own LEC. LEC is owned by the government of Liberia. So the government has to take seize of the matter and rally around all of the relevant skills, the relevant people to be able to ensure that this conversation happens. I just thought to make that point clear.
Thank you very much, my friend. Let's go, Dr. Bobler. I'm sorry that we brought it in late. We have to go, Dr. Bobler, guys.
No, let me ask my second question, man. See,
Dr. Bobler, today, it's not your anniversary. We can't do it. Begging you.
Second question, my man. I've been sitting here for a long time. I beg you. Let me ask my question quick. So, my good friends here, who I happen to see often, they get to drive right past my office in that very new looking cars with the window roll up because they are air conditioned. Actually, LEC is the company that make that possible. Of all the other JEP things, it's LEC that supplies that. But if LEC were privatized, the truth is the regulators will still do their job. They will still get their salary. It will be more consistent. So since you are the regulators and since you are the expert because you get the monthly report, the quarterly report, have you ever suggested, I know you own LEC, but you work for the government too, that's the same thing. Have you ever suggested to the government, let's privatize, because there was some interest earlier on from a Turkish company. Privatize LEC, it will reduce power theft, it will increase revenue, and all of us will be better off. Have you ever considered that or done that?
So the answer to your question is that we have started making inroads in privatizing LEC for the fact that we have jungle energy power. We encourage LEC to sign a distribution asset assignment agreement and power supply agreement with jungle energy power. So the asset that is in Bong and Nima County belongs to LEC, but it's now being run by another company. So you see that there are reforms taking place in the sector at a step-by-step process. So we have done that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We got to go, guys. We have other very important conversation to come up with. We want to say thanks to Adio. We want to say thanks to Abu. There's a letter that came from one of the senator, Edwin Melvin Snow. I love to read the paragraph, maybe second, third. Let me read the third paragraph. In consideration of the support, the committee would like to formally request the summation of a detailed information and or analysis on this matter. So the senators are saying that, listen, we want to hear from you guys. Let me read the second paragraph. There is no gainsaying the truth. The tariff increment on electricity by both the Liberian Electricity Corporation, LEC, and Liberian Electricity Regulatory Commission, LERC, is unhealthy at the time when our citizens are faced with pressing economic challenges. So these are the people that are talking. Edwin Snow wrote this, requesting that is an embarrassment, but we gotta go. We cannot stay long. We get all of the information that
he's also saying there's an important part of that letter I just saw when you put up. He's saying that they didn't get any consultation before these guys are telling us about tariffs, which it seems like they went to them first to get consultation.
I think a lot of stuff coming up here. I'm gonna say this, but it's always good having you guys earlier. It took everything in you and Brother Abu to come on, and we say you guys are always welcome. Next time, if you call me and like you did, call Madam Titi when you want to come, you're always welcome to Jones Spoon. I know the first start is very rocky, but if you can give us more information, help the Liberian people understand it better, and then they will help you with your decision. But right now, I will tell you on behalf of me, myself, and the entire household, I think you guys did your best, but you didn't even win any soul to Christ. You gotta go out again and continue on the future.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Sassy and Mr. Yan, thanks for coming. I think it's a good start to keep the Liberian people informed.
Have a good night, gentlemen.
Okay.
Take care.
You learned a lot. Got a lot of feedback.
Okay, it's a good thing having them though. Listen, it's no bad intent here. We got to do it for Liberia, but let's discuss Money Captain. Today I got information. This whole week I've been trying to save it because of what is happening up Capitol Hill, Duadu. Surprisingly, Money Captain contract, 2 years extension, just appear at the executive mansion. All the advisors and I say how he got there. They want the president to sign. The president has set up a committee through the new board that he put together and headed by one Dr. Emmanuel Talu, I think that's his name. This Dr. Talu, you understand that the senator couldn't confirm him for almost 4 months. He just got confirmed 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. Money Captain hates his guy. He doesn't like him. And at the end of the day, you remember the other story, we broke the financial guy that was going in there to do audit. Money Captain stopped him also. It's a contract from Money Captain and this Ghana individual. Mama, you know the Ghana individual. I don't know his name, so I'm just saying Ghana individual. Please don't hold me to that. But their contract expiring November 30th. Money Captain contract renewal reached to the executive mansion. The president said, no, I'm not going to sign on this. Then people come up with the sweet story. They always tell president, the partners say keep Money Captain for 2 more years. I can double dare you if we open the phone line. Not even the puppy dog want to keep Money Captain for 1 single second. But the partner, that's what they tell him, Mr. President. So at the end of the day, today, the board sat for the first hearing whether to consider money captain today, as I speak to you. They sat for the first hearing, whether to consider money captain 2 years extension on his contract. He and the Ghana do. I want to hear from you. Everything you know, everything you have seen. Mommy, lay this up because you've been away for a minute. Let me come to you first. What do you think? It's not even it's even an insult to even how did they appear at the executive mansion? Who took it there? But we know, I'm not going to call name because I always say I pick on somebody. But it's Graceful. I'm not calling his name. That Graceful want to keep money captain, and Graceful took it there. It's a hellfire right now in the executive mansion. But thank God the president was so smart. He called individual that we know. He called Madi Kamara. He called Emmanuel Taru, the board chair. He called her. He said, listen, you'll go over there and investigate. The Liberian people are concerned. They are sleeping in darkness. Talk to me, Abula Mame.
The first thing is, Stanton, the whole tariff thing we're talking about, that's a breaking news. The board of LC is not aware. The board.
Mame, soon I said that's a breaking news. They put it in some to your line.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are here.
The breaking news.
We can't hear you, mommy.
Go on, come again.
Stop wearing those bow tie, mommy. It interrupt you when you're talking. Stop wearing the Okay, so that's Richardson coming. We'll come back to mommy. Okay, he's gonna be in and out a little bit. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I was really interested in hearing the breaking news, but I would think that these regulators would be concerned about money cartel, okay, in the vetting process, because you're talking about how is he going to be vetted now to retain the contract. This is where, to me, the regulators come into play. I believe that some of the feedback to whoever is hiring the board should be to what extent that the salaries, the benefit of the people who run LEC affects cost. Okay, that would be some of the questions that you have. But let Mommy come back in, because Mommy, you want to come back in?
Mommy, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so I want to read section B6 of Money Captain's contract before I make my point. Yeah. It says the responsibility of Captain, the CEO, in consultation with the chairman of the board, he shall develop board agenda and ensure timely preparation of reporting for the board people. Ensure management provide leadership, regularly appraise the board of the corporation risk management, challenges, mitigation, including strategy and operational risks. It is that point I want you to pay keen attention to. Regularly appraise the board of the corporation challenges, mitigation strategies, and operational risks. The information we gather while we're discussing the tariff is that the board did not discuss and approve the tariff that the Library Legislative Corporation for approval.
What's happening to your thing, man, Mommy?
If you read Erin Snow's letter, Erin Snow is also talking about consultation in his letter. But beyond the legislature, just at LEC, the decision was unilateral. This is troubling. Before we come to his contract, we just wanted to pull that out. It is troubling in this time to have made a unilateral decision or unilateral suggestion to increase tariff based on the information we just gathered. It is troubling, but it speaks to the deep-rooted division and the deep-rooted lack of coordination at LEC, because Captain doesn't want to submit to the authority of the board in flagrant disrespect to the president, because it is the president that constituted the board. But I come to his contract. It is the president's responsibility to appoint who he wants to appoint, we can question that decision, but we can analyze. Paul Kennedy posted in his chat room LEC report that Captain is distributing to promote why he should be retained. This is what the report says. It says over the period Captain managed LEC, La Brempo, your listing. It says he reduced technical loss of the company. He reduced losses from 62.7 million to 46 million. He reduced commercial loss from 47 to 31 million. He increased revenue from 30 to 54. He increased customers from 142,000 to 282,000. He reduced financial loss from negative 20 million to 12 million. All the good things he did all, but we can pay our debt to CIE. All the good things, all the indicators of a successful business, all the indicators you look for to know a business is thriving, is successful, is making significant progress. He achieved all in his report. But we can pay CIE. The country is dark. People are struggling for electricity. To President Bouaka and the people who believe that the only man in this country can manage LEC as Mr. Katan, this is what we want to tell you. In time like this, the president, the leader must make decisions based on two issues. One on technical grounds and be politically sensitive. On technical grounds, Captain should not be at LEC. If the president is politically sensitive, sometimes just making a change can restore hope in your people. Just making change can restore hope in your people. On technical ground, he should not be there. On political ground of just making change, since your people are complaining for the last 6 years of Qatar's leadership as chairman of the board and CEO of LEC, 6 years they've been complaining, just making a change and holding the new person accountable to key performance indicators. You restore hope and confidence from the public. I will leave that with the president. On technical grounds, make your decision. On political grounds, make your decision. But all these things highlighted in the report, they don't agree with the reality. You reduce losses, you increase revenue, you increase customers, you shut down a power theft. I think they said they shut down power theft by how many percentage? Some over 50,000 on authorized power theft. They reconnected them. All the good things, flowery things in the report, but the reality on the ground is completely different. Partners, the money the World Bank is providing to LEC is not a grant that Liberia people money. It's a loan that we are paying every month. If you hear they say World Bank say we don't pay our loan yet, this money is part of the loan we pay. So World Bank cannot dictate to you nowhere in the world. Where do people come from with this story? We're working in international development where they go and dictate to you anything. It doesn't.
Thank you, Mame.
So conclude on that.
I think you make some good point here. Now let's just move into the Eduardo. Let me bring you in on this issue though.
Yeah, low tension. The thing that bothers me in the whole thing, we don't understand that no one person should be allowed to stand in the way of the protection of the citizens of Liberia. But I want to make some correction before we move forward. This should go without saying. Nobody owns any government entity in the country. Brother Young, they had a great night tonight. Coming on the show, we appreciate them. But he does have a regulatory oversight over the LEC. He can determine whether the LEC becomes successful or not based on the regulations that he pushes or that the agency pushes. But every single time we sit and we tell people what's happening in the country, look, I have no qualms with who has the LEC. That's not my issue. You can put a monkey there for all I care. As long as he or she provides electrification to the country and people pay for Centum. I pay $25 per day. That's less than 20% capacity of my play. Every day I gotta pay $25. Every single day that $25 per day I gotta pay. And what's happening here, LEC was not even coming properly. And if you don't have these, how to buy these giant circuit breakers to make sure some of these equipment are not ruined in my facility. Nobody's going to pay to go up. LEC keep tripping that the purpose said. And every time it trips, it's destroying people's equipment. Nobody's going to pay for that. Look, the issue of Liberia, I don't know people saying President Boga is going to sign this thing. I have no confidence that he's not going to sign it. But my issue is, if we do not adjust to the LEC issue and we say Mr. Captain must stay there, what is Mr. Captain doing to make sure he stays there? I don't care. Like almost say, oh, down there, it's not about money, Captain. It's about provision of legislature to the country. But you're not supposed to say it when you say, they say, oh, they won't take them. It has nothing to do with job. I keep telling you, above G7, it's not about job. It's about service provision. Gentlemen.
That's what Richardson?
Yes, I want to just tell Mr. Yan and Mr. Sanso, thank you for coming. This is the beginning of talking to Liberian people, and I would like to encourage you to do more. Your first step, like you said, there's a like series of steps that you need to take. The first step is coming to tell Liberian people that increase is on the horizon. You say a second step is to get involved in a methodology that will inform this increase, that will tell the Liberian people why are you increasing. And then of course the third step will consist of you telling whether you support the tariff increase or not. Again, it seems to me that the board is weak. Some people might argue that the president of our country is weak. And this is why LEC is the way that it is. Because if, as I heard Mami say, some of the responsibilities of the board is the management of LEC has to consult with the board in terms of strategy, in terms of mitigation risk, in terms of when they are going to increase costs or not. And apparently this is not happening. All right. It seems to me like one person is making the decision. And for the life of me, I've never seen any company where, one person just makes the decision. Light, electricity, energy for the Liberian people. So we have a call the regulators that they are not happy and they are not doing their job correctly. So we want to empower the regulators to make sure that the LEC stands by what it says that it will do for the Liberian people. That's what I wanted to say, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. I think the LERC, the two gentlemen from there tried to make some good points. And the issue of LEC is a very difficult issue. So when we talk about it, we like to talk about it from a holistic perspective, because I have had the opportunity to really shadow most of what the LEC became. From 3 turbines that was built in 1968 and commissioned in 1973, that broke down completely, that was not in existence, that was rehabilitated. The government of Liberia spent $450 million on the rehabilitation of the 3 turbines. And the United States of America, through the compact, added 1 turbine that was added now to make it 4, each of them producing 22 megawatts. So in total capacity, the whole Republic of Liberia, as far as the LEC is generated, is only 88 megawatts. While you have 1,625 megawatts right here in Ghana, while you have about 4,870 megawatts in Cote d'Ivoire, and so forth. Liberia, where the electricity set on St. Paul River, the water depth there during the rainy season is at 27 meters high. When the water dries in in March to April, it is only 24 to 25 meters. The 4 turbine, before it operates, the water has to be at least to 26 meters. So during the dry season, the LEC will be completely unable to provide electricity. And we saw that from the time I was a kid. And the only reason why we never felt that impact is because Bomb Mine were also helping to subsidize the electricity we had in Monrovia. Monrovia electricity consumption was built for 110,000 people. After the war, we have 2.2 to 2.3 million people, according to ledgers, that are within Montserrado County now and Monrovia environs. So that 22 megawatts times 4 is incapacitated, it's limited as far as the ability is concerned, is not able to supply electricity. Mr. Money Ara Captain is a very fine young man. I know him, I've worked with him. I worked with him at the Millennium Challenge for 4 years before I resigned to go to run for Senate. If there's a problem at LEC, Money Captain is not a Jesus, and I will never see him as such. He has his own fault, he's not perfect. But LEC has made tremendous strides today because of money leadership. And I know it because I was the director for environment and social performance at the Millennium Challenge that helped to build the LERC, helped to make sure that we have a current tariff operation going on now. Even in the United States here where we sit, tariff does not always go down. It goes up based on prevailing circumstances. You know, so when we talk, let's look at it from a holistic perspective. Money has not submitted any contract for renewal. Last time I talked to Money, Money said, listen, Paul, I am not interested in running in a position. If the president appoints me, I would definitely yield to the respect to serve the country, but I am not pursuing a renewal of my contract, and none of you can prove that. So let's look at this thing and I like what Mame said, from a technical perspective, the president should look at the results on the report. They can audit the report, they can commission the report LEC put up to actually see whether it is a good thing, that they've done, or somebody just sitting down behind the house and writing things. Because I know that LEC put an anti-theft unit that Maryborough is currently leading. That anti-theft unit was going around from one place to another. They were disconnecting, putting wires in car and carrying it. So are they doing what they're saying, what they say they are doing on paper? The president, on this new commission he put together, can actually audit some of those and come to see the reality of it. Let's not judge Money from a political position. Let's judge him from his performance on technical view. Liberia government owed $18 million to LEC. The Liberian government has to pay their responsibility. They can't be owing LEC and expect LEC to perform.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Lenny.
I will just say something simply is, and I'm not going to speak to anything that Paul said because he knows Money Captain from his perspective. But based on what we've heard here, what we've been talking about, if Money Captain was interested in ensuring that the Liberian people understood the work that he's doing at LEC, he would have come out, he would have done a press conference, he would have explained to the common people so they will understand what's going on with LEC. That has not been done. We also heard here that Money Captain is also leading LEC and also the chairman of the board. So if it was so efficient and the right person to be doing this thing and professional and know how and how an office and organization is supposed to be run, he wouldn't be in two capacities. What are we talking about? We're talking all these good things that Paul is talking. He's doing something that's wrong. How come that has not been fixed? Why would he be the chairman of the board and be the same person leading LEC? And why is it that he has not availed himself to any news agency to be interviewed? Even today, why did he also not come with the tariff people to promote what he's selling? And then we're coming here, we're looking at his history and looking at what we know, what you know personally about him. That's not going to cut it. That is not going to cut anything you're saying. It's not going to cut it for the Liberian people. If Money Captain has done his work and he's done a great job, it'll be evident by LEC. I'm not in Liberia, Dr. Brooklyn there. So you should look at him. You yourself, you are in Liberia. If LEC is so perfect and they've been run efficiently by Money Captain, why do we always have a problem? 6 years he's been there. There is no good results from since he's been there. Zero. And then
Thank
we're
you,
talking
Glenn.
like if the president wants to renew his contract, like I like what Walu said. We've been talking about Captain issue for a long time. We have heard nothing from the government. It's possible that Barca will put him back into the position. The government also needs to stop making people feel that they are indispensable.
Thank you,
This is
Glenn.
wrong.
So
I don't
want
think he's. I don't think he's good for LEC, no matter what his record is. I don't
thank
think
you,
he is.
Glenn, thank you very much. And again, let's welcome Asido, Abulamame, Uncle Sam, Dr. Bople. Let me show some Money Captain beautiful work. Like our brother.
Senator, can I respond 1 minute to Glenny,
No,
please? She called my name and
you
did
cannot. You stop Uncle Sam. You stop Uncle Sam when you were trying to take 1 minute, so I will stop you. Let's just see some of the beautiful work. The beautiful work of Money Captain since he took over LDC. It's a very beautiful work.
So this is Cinco at night. Today is Wednesday, the 30th of October 2024. So we are on the avenue. Well, when you see on the main boulevard, there is a little bit of electricity, but on the various avenues, actually there is no street lights, only on the main boulevard. So
it's almost 6-minute video. I had to ask a reporter to wake up while we're on the show right now, to go on the street, to go Brucho Island, up Broad Street, down Broad Street, West Point, where you have the LDC headquarters, and go around in the city through the dark of night. Go to the University of Liberia, the Capitol building, just the city, Freeport. And for the Liberian people to see reason why my dear brother Paul Kennedy said, Money Captain, a good man. He have done excellent. The goodness of Money Captain, that Jose Human Baga should keep him again. Yes, it is true that Money Captain submitted his contract to be renewed for 2 years. Yes, it is true. The board met today and they will meet again tomorrow to discuss the way forward concerning Money Captain. Yes, it is true. The president rejected the contract when it was placed before him through Sylvester Gracefield sign. But let me show you your University of Liberia that you attended. You guys are out there. The reason why anyone that said from the University of Liberia, they must go get another education somewhere just to better the skill. Because they have no way to be on that campus after 5 o'clock. Let's see the beautiful work of Money Captain.
So the University of Liberia.
The executive mansion. The Capitol building where the 43 men decide to sleep in RLJ and some of them sleeping home. The senator, then they all get air conditions generator at the home. They are in darkness. The University of Liberia, where if I wake up right now and go to the community college here called Burlington County College, they get a light, I can walk in the library, I can walk in that building, and I can sit down and read, read. Guess what happened? Look at our whole country university. But Mother Captain is a beautiful man. Yes, indeed, he's beautiful in appearance. Yes, indeed, he's beautiful. But he doesn't deserve a second. A second. And if President Bouakai made a mistake to keep Mother Captain, President Bouakai wouldn't be insulting the Liberian people. He's a beautiful man, we know. Fair skin, very beautiful, as Paul Kennedy said.
What does
That's a booklet, please.
Eh?
See that?
What you mean? Father get to do with Lebanon.
No, that Paul Kennedy said, man, a beautiful man. So I got to say that. Go ahead, Dr. Booklet.
My mona in prison, I will come there. It will be my time to talk.
Money Captain is a good man. His family, good family. They're my friends.
Dr. Booklet, go ahead now.
But let's stop making ourselves look silly. If I said to you, I painted my classroom, we put 3 more chairs inside, we got projector now, but my students can't write an essay, and suburb agreement is not even something that's attainable, then what am I producing as an educator? LEC, let's put it in context, please. Because prior to the war, we had electricity. The likes of Sam Burnett and others made way less money than they're making now. But we have stable electricity. Now it's the opposite at this point. And please understand, LEC is only responsible right now for Monserrato, Margibi, Bomi, and Kipma. The level of inefficiency and ineffectiveness wants a change. Look, if the graduate school at Cardinal University doesn't work, move me. And no excuses. I can't say, oh, the other teacher, they ain't come on time, and the other man, that's my responsibility. If the school doesn't work, it's on me. That's leadership 101. The president got to step up and make changes to move this thing forward. Electricity is too critical to national development. It's political. No, it's not political. In fact, it is good economic that drives better politics. So let's get that part straight. Change the game, change the culture, get more production and efficiency, and the whole country will be better. I don't see how you can look at it any differently. It's a practical economic matter. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Uncle Sam?
Probably the most idiotic thing that we've done in the post-war is to play with electricity. And I will blame it on the Unity Party government. They got compact. And I know Glendy's scratching her head, but Glendy, I want you to look up to my face. Let me talk to you, my sister.
Uncle Sam, I'm not a Unity Party. I'm not.
But you're Joseph Walker supporter.
I supported him, but I'm not a Unity Party person. So please, let's go ahead and say what you gotta say.
I want you to look at my face when I'm talking.
I don't want to look at you.
Okay, but they are too ugly for you. No problem. Okay. So, my dear ladies and gentlemen, the Unity Party government started out.
You're not too ugly. You're just too old. That's all. But go ahead.
Well, if you're 71 and look like Miss Stanton, they would take you to Hollywood. Okay. So yeah, at 71, looking like this, okay, and marry a very beautiful woman. Give me credit for that. Okay, listen. Okay, look. They came up with this nonsense big light today. When Nancy Pelosi, Laura Bush, then they came to the inauguration of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. perfect opportunity to do things right. But they came up with this nonsense about a small light today, big light tomorrow. What kind of strategic plan for energy independence is that? Small light today, big light today. So they give them this, I think, 28 megawatt HFO plant at Bushra. At Bushra. Then, when they had the opportunity to build a dam, to expand a dam, they took the Millennium Challenge money, $257 million. Paul, I know we had a discussion. The Norwegians added another 100 million. And the EU and the Japanese put in hundreds of millions of dollars for transmission and distribution, almost $1 billion. You can look at the mathematical report, almost $1 billion, and total of 128 megawatt. That's what LEC produces. And in 2021, when I was doing my thesis paper on electricity, 70% of that was stolen. Technical losses and power theft. 70%. Then also the highest tariff in the world, one of the highest tariffs in the world, almost 50 cents per kilowatt hour.
Who was heading it at the time, Uncle Sam? Who was heading it?
Who was heading LEC at that time?
Who was heading the
compact?
The compact.
When you're writing your thesis. When you're writing your thesis.
Oh, yeah. When I was doing, in fact, I interviewed money. In fact, I did a stakeholder mapping. When you're doing a thesis, I do stakeholder mapping. So Money Captain was the chairman at that time, but they had this company from Ireland. They were like, they had a management contract with them. I think ESBL or something like that, right? And then of course, LERC, I interviewed all of them. I came to the conclusion, and the conclusion that mathematical came out to, that the only thing that we got for compact was that we have an asset, a pretty much unusable asset, an unusable asset. Where during the dry season, it loses 66% of its output. 66% of its output. Who in their wildest imagination did not think about building a new dam, but refurbishing an old dam that was built was commissioned in 1966, or country of 1 billion people? There was no forward thinking about the mining companies.
Auntie Judy said you are part of the process, Uncle Sam.
Well, I mean, they can lie, they can talk another nonsense, but let me just finish. You know, I'm responsible for JJ Robert coming to Liberia.
Was he part of it?
I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm not an energy expert. I'm a social economist and financial economist. I will not involve. I just nonsense talking. Let me finish talking. It's extremely, but I want to understand this. Okay, so Money Captain, he headed the MCC with your man Paul them, and they got the money they did. They wrote something called the Liberian Constraints Analysis of 2013 that determined what are the obstacles. Yeah, the obstacles, the what do you call it, the binding constraints to economic growth, rose electricity. And based upon that, MCC gave them the money. But pray tell me, where is your national energy policy that look at demand? Even for today, all the mining companies producing their own energy. All the hotels producing their own energy. Everybody producing their own energy. So what kind of country that we have that we call ourselves smart people, energy experts, and what have you, cannot develop a prospectus, write a business plan, and raise hundreds of millions of dollars? I think the next person that becomes chairman of LEC, it should be vetted. There should be an international competitive bidding process where Liberians from all over the world, and there are Liberians who work for energy companies all over the world, that they can come with a strategic plan to expand electricity access through independent power producers to get us to 1,000 megawatt.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Plan.
Thank you,
Let me
Uncle
finish.
Uncle Sam, you finish.
Money Captain, let me finish. Money Captain, let me finish, Stanston. Money Captain should not just be giving carte blanche to be chairman of LEC, I think the President Boyka should put out a request for proposal for Liberians from all over the world so that we can get the best. And that best must be based upon that person's ability to attract the kind of investments required to make us energy independent within
Thank you,
5
Uncle Sam.
years.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
That's
Uncle
what we
Sam,
need.
thank you. Okay, I'm very surprised tonight. I'm hearing that Paul was playing with millions of dollars from the MCC compact. Wow. Asido, please talk to us. This Paul Kennedy, millions of dollars here more than Captain from the MCC compact. Seriously. Asido.
Yeah, it's good to be on. Sorry, I had to come very late because of other issues, but I was following the show. Great show. I think, Uncle Sam, you took out of my mouth exactly what I wanted to put forth, but let me just extend it a little bit. You know, I like the idea on the fact that we keep giving the Liberian people hope that never going to exist. There are facts that we can agree on. Honor Money Captain has LEC improved. Yes. I don't know him. I'm not here to defend him. I care less about him. But let's go to the things that will actually happen. So Captain is not there implementing Captain's policy. He should be implementing a policy from someone, and that person is the president. So I want us to think about this. If Money Captain resigns today, what happens from tomorrow? If Money Captain's contract is not renewed November, and another person gets there, can we commit on this show that the LEC problem was solved? Can we put our names on this show? One thing I know, time is ahead, is coming. I think when the government came to power, there was a great opportunity to show the Liberian people their energy policy that, when implemented, will change the course of energy in our country. If anybody has one from the rescue, they can pull on the string so we can see. What are those ABC they said or they are saying they will do for improvement to happen, for LEC to be stable, for the market to be expanded? None. The only thing you want, Captain should go to University of Liberia and tell them to turn on the lights outside. How is it Captain's fault if UL does not turn on their lights from outside? In as much as I have problem with quarrying as a whole in Liberia, we have to look at this not from a personal perspective on the issue of Captain. I would be very shocked if we can put our names tonight for future reference that if Money Captain leaves, LEC problem was solved. So we can make reference to this day. What is we going to solve it? What are the plans the government had to solve it? Can somebody share with us? Is Money Captain implementing Money Captain's policy or the policy of the government? I think we are missing the mark. And we need to draw back a little bit from all of these explanations, ask ourselves for me to conclude. If Money Captain leaves tomorrow, what happens the day after? What happens? Please.
Thank you very much. 6 years on the George manner we are, but I'm not going there. The Liberian people know better. Abula Mame, you want to close on this Money Captain issue? I want us to raise the next one. I will give you the last word here. I know Paul Kennedy want to say something, but we got to show this as of today, as of the 30th, which is today, yes. The military men and women in the country have not gotten the pay. and I want us to discuss this also. They are asking Augustine Way Gafwan, where is our money? And the finance minister said, I'm talking with the IMF, I'm talking with the ECF credit people. I'm traveling to see how I can gather money. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is troubling. The men and women of the army of good, the military in our country, that the army wipe stage and said nobody going anywhere and everybody stay home that day. We are seeing the finance minister, Augustin Kwe Gafwan, to look into this direction and pay them. This is the letter. Armed Forces of Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia. Delay in salary disbursement for the month of October 2024. This is a directive dated October 30th, 2024. AFL was informed by the Ministry of Defense of a delay in the disbursement of salary for the month of October. The High Command of AFL, reference A, regret the situation and is on concern of potential. Reference A further indicated that headquarters AFL is actively working with the appropriate authorities to resolve the temporary situation and to ensure the payment are made as soon as possible. We were able to gather some information. Folks from the finance ministry, one group said they were taken care of, another group said no, they will be taken care of. It's a two different statement. We took care of them, we will take care of them. I am concerned. A lot of the army wives reach out to me. I'm not going to say what some of them are saying, but I hope the finance minister, Augustin Kwe Gafwan, can address this, and I hope he can speak to this. The last time he went into a radio station, nobody understood what he said because he was speaking the big book. The people want to pay. Make it simple, Minister Gafwan. And don't, I think the term about if a minister enter a studio and start behaving like Samuel Twain, giving all acronyms and big words, it's not helping us. We need to address the bread and butter issue and address it now. This is important. The armed forces of Liberia deserve better. And I will rise. Another issue I'd like to bring to your concern, because let me say this while you're closing. The executive signed by President Joseph Yima Boaka is asking the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Councilor J. Funati Kofa, for an extension to November 8 to submit the budget for the year 2025. This is the letter. They're asking the Speaker, please, I can't see it too well. I hope, Eduardo, you can see it. But I think I'm saying paragraph, the second to the last paragraph, say, accordingly, I ask for your understanding as we complete the necessary process to ensure that the draft national budget for fiscal year 2025 is submitted to the National Legislature by November 8, 2024. With everything that is going on, the executive is asking, please, we cannot submit this budget on the 31st. We want to submit the budget 2024, November 8. So again, almost 9 days or so, the president is asking the Speaker to be patient through, actually, the finance ministry saying they didn't get all the stuff together yet because the state got supplementary payroll and still high wage bill that they got to address. So I just want to bring that to your attention. The last one for today, request for comprehensive information of proposed increment of tariff on LEC. One of them I will upload. It looked like I didn't put that up, but this is our show for tonight. We will go to the guys for the closing. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Some of the things before we get to it, we'll run all of time. We pray that we can start the show 4:30, 4 o'clock, that we will be able to give the people nothing but the best. It's good having you. We have said our piece. We're going to go through and everybody will do the closing. Let's start with you, Abula Mame, and we'll go to Dr. Bopler because he's in Liberia. Uncle Sam is in Liberia because they have to go before the LUC cut off. Then we'll finish up on this end. Mame, it's good seeing you in Bota. You're doing extremely well with that food program. We are not getting any result. You're controlling agriculture and food, but you are skinning like hell. I don't know. We got to see some result. Bodily result, Mame. Help us, please.
We're proud of you, Mommy. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Dad. Talking about the first thing is all our bodies said are not healthy thing. You know that one. Read that? That's too much body not healthy. But to LEC,
Skinny people say I can be healthy.
Jenny, now you are talking to, please.
Very good. Correct it.
Let him wear it.
Yeah, I just thought Martin you joined inside Glenny. But anyway, you know, we can come here and try to rewrite Mr. Katam's history. People know him, people work with him, he has his own record. The record shows that he's a professional man, he has workplaces and general outcomes. Nobody really that. What we're doing is we assessing his offense at the head of LEC, and everything is pointing to the fact that LEC is an inefficient company. We don't want to go back into history.
Mama, answer the phone, and then we'll mute you while you speak through the phone, please. And I'm
something happening?
Yeah, you're skipping. Go ahead. You're good now. Talk to us.
Okay. So it's okay.
Try to mute your computer. Mute your computer. Mommy, mute your computer. No, your computer mic. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
It's good?
Yes.
So now rewrite, read back to come and pink stand here as these men who are being barred all the time. We can't do that. We are judging him on his performance at LEC. Talk about he might have demonstrated leadership in the past, but you can't point to what Qatar did at LEC to be a demonstration of a good leader. Nowhere in the world Qatar will go. You serve as chairman of the board, you presided over the recruitment process of a CEO, and you yourself go and be hired as the CEO. That's leadership. We might have demonstrated good leadership in the past. Yet at LEC, it's not good leadership. That's part of the reason why the entity is inefficient. The chairman of the board, you the CEO, for almost 4 years. And his people, no serious president will have an entity at LEC ran by the CEO and there is no chairman of the board. And the board is not functional. He's not reporting to anybody. Captain did that. He expected to do that. And for reasons that only benefit him and those who allow him to do it. That's not good leadership for him to be proud of. He can be proud of any leadership in the past, but that one is not good leadership he should be proud of. He should be ashamed of it. And a part of the reason why LEC is inefficient. The big justification all around is government is owing LEC. That's the reason why LEC is not efficient. If government is owing LEC and you've been there for 4 years, what has that government pay its debt or government is cut off? You connect the meters. You connect the meters to government agencies. The same way you connect them to houses. If you can disconnect houses, why don't you disconnect government institutions? That is why we say here, the fight against power theft has always been associated with running behind small people and not the people who doing the big power theft. You can't keep arguing that government owe you and government can pay when you yourself owe government. See the LRA report. But to keep complaining. Government owe me, government owe me, government owe me. It's not a justification efficiency at LEC, but it's to make a decision. For us, we see it, we analyze it, we realize that it is leadership issue at you can bring all the power Uncle Sam was talking about, take it to 100,000, but like I conclude, when the bucket is leaking, you don't face the leakage, you can pour in drum of water, it will not get filled. Bringing all the power, if you cannot address the management inefficiency at LEC, you will not address the legislative problem in the country. Close the hole, and to close the hole, remove Captain and the cartel. It's not Captain alone. The cartel, the people in the executive, the work with him, break it down. And I agree with Uncle Sam's recommendation. The new head of the LEC should be vetted through a competitive, so we get the best, not just through a black D extension of an agreement.
Thank you very much, Kwame. Thank you. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, you want to go and Dr. Bopla?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Look, first of all, thanks everybody. I really appreciate you guys. Really enjoying my few more days in the States before I go to Babylon on Saturday to see what will happen in Babylon next Tuesday, whether the Orange Man will take over. But I believe in America. I went there when I was 15, and I know that there are more good people in America, okay, than bad people. I know my friend Isaac Doe has a different thing. He loves the Orange Man. But listen, let's get back to Liberia. The issue of electricity, President Barker, if you're listening, bilateral construct. Go to some powerful countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the BRICS, and other, even within the OECD, and plead your case for electricity to create public-private partnerships. Abdullah Mohammed, I don't want for them to just produce a lot of power without reforming the sector. You have to reform the sector. You have to put a structure within independent power producers, transmission and distribution companies, and you have to monetize the distribution and transmission and create millionaires along the way. Let Liberian companies be independent transmission and distribution companies to make millions of dollars, create more jungle electric. Okay. Now, I will end on this. Three of my very good friends have just invested a significant amount of money in Liberia. Fred Cully, Mark Kishan, and a young man called Hazam. This place called Vanilla Social House, the O231, okay, near Era Supermarket. It is one of the best, oh my goodness, in terms of ambience, in terms of high quality, a place to go out. And tomorrow night, they're having karaoke. I'm taking my lovely wife there. So I want you to go ahead. I know Stanton will get angry for me for trying to promote a business here, but I mean, these are my friends. I will take a fall. You want to suspend me for 1 week?
Get no problem. We'll talk business, please. Please.
Yeah, but I will get your number. I will get your number, but I just wanted to just say shout out to them for the Fred came home and he invested serious money in this place here. So I just want to say shout out to my man Fred Cully, Downtown Freddie, Mark Kishan, and Hazan for this wonderful investment in the country. And I'll be there tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, karaoke. I might even sing if you dare me. And have a good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you all.
You're welcome, Uncle Sam. We're going to go to that. But Paul, I don't know if you can hear us. You have an internet problem, Paul.
You can, Dr. President, please tell him not to disconnect me.
You're too good. Your line is skipping, Paul.
Dr. Francine.
So in closing, here's what I want to say. There was a time when there's tremendous argument made for why telecommunication could not be privatized, should not be privatized. Even those who moved a little, right? They still said government has to have some control. Government was never set up to be player, coach, spectator, and referee all in the same game. And the war came and things happened, and then telecommunication became privatized. Then there was Lone Star. And then there's Orange. And now you can be in Bunkingham, you got your button phone, you may say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? But people can communicate. In other words, we see that privatization really works. I am at a total loss of why LEC is still a government owned, government run corporation because it's not profitable. It's a burden on the government. Follow the story and see how much money we have pumped into this particular corporation. And Mama mentioned that. When you hear about LHC got 2 million, not grant, not loan. You got to pay it back. Privatize the whole thing. Generation, transmission, distribution, and all of the issues that Paul was enumerating, the water level here and the water level here, the private company driven by profit on in a system of efficiency will produce those things. And everybody be bad. And that's the irony. The government will actually make way more money. The revenue will swell. And if you work for the government and you don't pay your bill, they will cut your light just like they should. So let's move to a serious place, okay, and prioritize LEC, and the whole country will be better. I hope the president can step up to the plate. It's a government-owned company. Let's move in that direction. Our friend on the show stand there and he said, well, we're moving in that direction. We got JEP over there. We're prioritizing district. No. That's not me. Prioritize the whole LEC operation, and the country will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beauclerc. You know what, let me Paul. Let you just clear because you have an internet problem. Let's see if you'll go through. Paul, can you hear us?
I don't have no internet.
Can you hear us, Paul?
Stop cutting me off.
We can hear you now. Try to make it fast now before you go up, Paul.
Glenn, listen, you
and Dr. Francis. We're watching you. We hear everything you say.
I hold your foot. You tell them to leave me. Yeah, first of all, you know that Paul and Monique Captain were working to MCA and they took a lot of money. I was recruited through a competitive bidding process where they had about 26 candidates, and I was followed up through interview into the next group of 5, and I became the successful one to lead the Department of Environmental and Social Performance based on my years of experience and my performance on other jobs. If I were interviewed among the 26 candidates, I was the only candidate that was interviewed 5 different times. The rest of the candidates in Monrovia were interviewed 3 times. I was interviewed the 3 times in Monrovia plus 2 from the MCC here in Washington, D.C. So if you come to actually find out, I will interview more than all of my colleagues that were contesting for that very position because I was sitting in the U.S. at the time. Now, let's come to the issue. I will still persist to maintain that the Honorable Morning Ralph Catan is one of the best minds our country have. The gentlemen have led several institutions, including leading the economic constraint analysis team, the planning team that made Liberia to get the $257 million that became a compact money. It was true money then effort that made that thing possible. And the compact we're signing, my brother Sam Jackson was talking about, that people did not have the ingenuity to bring new approach into the LEC issue instead of just rehabilitating the dam. That contract was signed by the Honorable Amar Kone as Minister of Finance. The arrangements there were looked at. He agreed to it, signed right here on 14th Street at the MCC office. Omer Baka was standing behind him at the time. Omer Baka was vice president. The President Baka now was vice president when he and Money Captain came. And look at that 257 million compact. We spoke to two issues: the energy sector reform and the rural rehabilitation of payroll. They signed it. It was not Money Captain signing it. Money Captain was only implementing what two governments signed. And it was honored that Money Captain said, listen, since the two governments have signed this compact, it's become a binding thing for Liberia to implement. As the CEO of MCAL, Money Captain could not be the chairman of the board. So the information that going around here that Money Captain was chairman of the board for 6 years is not true. It's false. Money Captain became chairman of the board of LEC in 2001 when the compact closed. Now, let's look at the chairman of the board of the bank governor. The bank governor is the chairman of the board and the CEO. So let's look at LEC law. Is it possible for somebody to be chairman of the board and also the CEO? Before questioning his ability, we need to look at that. And the CEO and the chairman do not appoint themselves. When President Weah has appointed Money, they left the space vacant for chairmanship. Like many other board of directors for SOEs in Liberia, many boards were not constituted. Many board chairmen were not appointed in the past regime. So for you to take all of that and put it on Money here, I think somebody just want to be political on this platform, and I will not sit here and allow that. Let's come to Money Captain issue. Has Money been the perfect administrator of LEC? No. In every administration, there are constraints. There are constraints that, first of all, he's supplying 88 megawatts to 2.1 million people from a capacity that was built to only serve 100,000 people. Are we looking at that? Are we also looking at the fact that LEC was a player and the referee and everything? It was Money instrumentality that came under the MCAL that actually brought the LERC to being now. So there are too many things that the Liberian people need to know. And we cannot just fix this and put it on Money Captain here as a church hat, because it does not sell him well. The gentleman is a fine young man. He's done in line with the Liberian government vision. Like, does Liberian government have an energy plan? This is the question we should be asking. What is their vision towards the electrification of the country? What plans do they have in place that they want the LEC managing director or CEO to implement? What implementations have they gone through? These are the questions that would be looking at. So we're looking at leadership. Money Captain will be involved. The current president now, Joseph Boakai, will be involved. The former president, George Weah, will be involved. It can't be Money Captain alone. We need to look at it because he's implementing their vision. So let's be realistic and let's be honest to the reality. The capacity of the dam as it is now, it will always have problem dry season. And Money Captain is not responsible to pass to LEC and to UL and tell them to put their light on. I have my light off. My landlord can't tell me to put my front porch light on because she does not pay my light bill. When you buy your meters, when you pay your money, you should have the preference to be in. Just one final thing before I leave Dalu. The street light is not with LEC. The street light is the responsibility of the public works. Under the Liberian law, it is public works that are supposed to put street light on. So you don't put street light on Money Captain. Liberia, the LEC needs to be outsourced. Now, there's a critical point there, and Dr. Bropler raised that point. In most countries, generation of electricity is a security issue, so you may not want to give that into, outsource it to private sector in a generation. But transmission and distribution could be outsourced to be looked at from a private sector perspective. And so is water and sewer. Water and sewer should also be outsourced. It should not be a government burden. So many of these private sector institutions that are supposed to be raising money, like LPRC and so forth. I agree with you on that one. But you do not look at Money Captain in this thing. He is not the problem. In fact, if it is anything, he's one of the people who are trying to solve the problem of Liberia. Thank you very much.
Dr. Prince, I'm going to go or you won't go?
Let me go, yeah?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to tell everybody.
Dark, you want me to go before you?
No, let me go ahead. Oh, God. So, yeah, let me just go so I can just sit and relax and listen to everything everybody else have to say, okay? Just want to just thank all of you guys, the panelists, for coming on to Spoon every night. It's not an easy task to come here and provide information to the Liberian people. I also just want to tell Liberians who are listening, we still have Spoon Talk Business that airs every Friday at 2 o'clock. We know in Liberia there's going to be a lot of Decemberies and a lot of people visiting the country. Some of you may come to contribute to the businesses that you have now. Some of you are my grandson, you can hear in the background. Mama on the line, please. Some of you, know of businesses in Liberia like realtors, Airbnb. I was just talking to someone in Liberia today. I'm going to have to need someone to do my hair. I'm going to need to be pampered. So if you have those types of business, please contact Spoon Talk Business. The CEO, Madam Titi Common to Milan. Oh, you put me in the party. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, guys, y'all go ahead, please. I'll come back to you. This is typically grandmom time. Okay, put me in the party. I gotta.
Lenny, I'll not take long away your phone. Let me just finish this thing quickly. Look, the guys came on the show, and a lot of people that meter problems in Liberia, that meter problem can be solved very quickly. If LEC came out today, sometimes we don't want to take the simple solution. Say LEC came out today and say, Sam Johnson, you and Dwalu, any meter you bring in the country will buy it from you. You can put something together immediately. Give the meter to the people free of charge. And every time they recharge the meter, if you take 2 cents of every dollar and you use that money over time to pay for that meter. That's what they do in most countries. But to charge $150 US up front, most people cannot afford this. And I was saying to my brother Paul Kennedy, this is not about the brother money, Captain. It has nothing to do with money. It's about provision of service to the Liberian people. Money has held a post for some 6 years or more. During the time of that holding of that post, has he done a job to the level that he's required to do the job? And you cannot make the argument and say, listen, well, this is not money's job to do this. Let me tell you something. Part of money's job is to design a strategy for the electrification of the country. If he's not doing that, you cannot sit and collect a paycheck for a long period of time and you say, well, technically, I've done my portion. If there's a lot of crowds around what you're doing and nothing is being produced in that environment, for me, I'm saying me, Dwalu, I will get up from that post because I'm not providing the services that are being provided. Nobody will spoil my name for Liberian people business. Here's the thing. Here's the issue with money. Money is completely silent. Paul, you lived in Liberia longer than I have. You were there, you served there, you know the electricity issue in the country, and they are not hastening the process to address the service position to the people. This is my problem. It's got nothing to do with money. If money's not providing the electricity for the country right now, and he make it public, and he said, listen, I am not doing this because the government is not doing this, then we will know what's happening. But being entirely mute, it speaks to his leadership style as well. You can't just sit there and not current in the country, and people just saying it over and over, but then again, we got millions of dollars going to LEC. We're not seeing the results for it. And if it is happening, let the people know. It got nothing to do with money. It's about putting light in Sonny Wing, where Augustine was born.
Augustine wasn't born in Sonny Wing. That's a lie. You're very the executive marshal, and he used to go play in Sonny Wing because you were high-headed. Augustine wasn't born in Sonny Wing. As I looked at the men that own houses in South Africa, in Michigan, in New York, in Ghana, in Detroit, all those places that means that in Georgia, do this, man. And I will be crying. Boy, you're picking one double again.
So let me
close. No, I didn't. Let me close.
Don't make Aunt Robert come to me, oh.
So no, I don't care whether Paul gets an encyclopedia or a Webster's dictionary to try to describe who Money Captain is to the Liberian people. It's evident by his works.
He can make it.
Liberian people they can see his output. So whether Paul experienced about 2001, 2009, 2016, 2014, that vla.
Today.
Complete vla. We're talking 2024.
Today.
What is the impact of money? Don't run away, come back now. What is the impact of money?
No, you said you don't want to look at me. The main one look at you. The main one look at you.
The impact of money work in Liberia today.
No, the beginning gotta he said he gotta come to me. Sorry.
Okay, what the people living through? You coming to explain, then you know Paul is such an intelligent.
Open the phone line. The people will talk to Paul. Wait, we'll open the phone line. They will talk to Paul.
So Paul
The
is
show
coming
over.
now.
Nobody coming call to
Paul
talk to
is
anything about me.
coming and
What wrong with
comparing.
you?
He's coming now and comparing money captain holding two positions, which is not correct, to that of the Central Bank of Liberia. Are you kidding, Paul? We're talking money captain here. Central Bank a different story. Do you think it is right for money captain to be CEO and board chair with no one supervising or correcting him? I want to Liberian Paul talking. So all those people all that team Paul talking, my people, you are the one living the evidence. You're living it. You're seeing his output. If Joseph Boyka wants to renew his contract, that's up to Joseph Boyka. But if he will not listen to the Liberian people and their plight, and he will not evaluate the work that Money Captain has done, then that's up to him. Let me just say something. My grandparents live in Gaytown. To the people of Gaytown, Uncle Sam always say today he said, and for me, I felt that was not a correct statement to make. To say when you're explaining technical issue, Gaytown people, you're with. We who got people in Gaytown, we know your notebook. So that one I won't come back after him. And I say, I want economics.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Isaac, have you spoken, Isaac?
You guys are fussing.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Go ahead before Isaac. I was talking, and then I had grandmom's call. Grandma's duty.
Oh, go ahead.
See you. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you, Dr. Bobman. Good night.
Or you want to go?
Anyone.
Lady, I love you so much. Good night, okay, ma'am. Okay,
so you don't want, I was just saying, you don't want to hear Dr. Richardson closing?
It's okay.
Dr. Richardson finished closing because her grandson was yelling?
No, she was closing and was interrupted. No, you got grandchildren.
Uncle Sam, you only entertain women with letter quarter because Dr. Richardson is dark skin, so you don't want to yell and you sat and heard.
Goodness.
They're troublesome speaking here from Pantro.
I get told y'all enough in the chat room, so let me talk to Liberian people. But I was saying that on Friday, Spoon Talk Business airs, and so Uncle Sam just reminded me when he was talking about that new social club that opened in Liberia. So Spoon Talk Business is the place to speak about some of the new business ventures that are owned by Liberians and non-Liberians. We just want to promote the private sector in Liberia. I also want to talk about the regulators that were here tonight, LEC regulators. I want to thank you guys for coming. You did a great job. This is the first step. This is my first time, hearing LEC regulators coming to speak to Liberia. I'm sure you guys have done it before. You said you did it in 2021, but thank you for at least giving the opportunity to Liberians to tell you exactly what their problems are. I'm sure you were able to take notes and you were able to hear them, and you'll be able to address the issues. So I want to empower you in doing so. I hope that you consider the procedures in which you approve or decline a tariff. You said that you have certain methodology that you use, and I hope that procedure will consist of how much the benefits of the leadership at LEC, because if we have people are suffering with LEC problem in Liberia, and then we have people in leadership in LEC who are enjoying and getting good electricity, to me it creates a problem. Okay, they may not see some of the consequences of the action because they are still enjoying electricity. So why would they care for the regular person? I'm sure, like Mr. Kennedy said, Mr. Kennedy is a fine gentleman, like he said. I'm sure he's a fine gentleman. I'm sure he's competent in your approach, in your way of thinking. But when we still have problems with productivity, as Uncle Sam asked, in this age, why are we still depending on one dam? Or, even though he was not responsible for making a recommendation to maintain the dam. But as you said, Paul Kennedy, but what recommendations have he made to the Liberian government, or come, as Glennie said, to the Liberian people and publicly argue and say, in this age, there's so many sources, so many avenues for genocide. What has he done? We don't know. Okay. Even for him to appear self here today to speak to Liberian people, it seemed like it couldn't happen. It did not happen. I want to just also talk to Minister Gaffan. Please, I beg you, pay the army people their money. In fact, pay all Liberians their money in a timely fashion. This thing is too old. Every month we come here, the Liberian people are still getting their money, late. In fact, go to a bi-weekly system. You will see the economic benefit of going to a bi-weekly system. Since Charlie King, since I was born, my father worked for Liberian government briefly, he was being paid monthly. So let's do something better about that. I heard positive news today. I heard that Koga's anti-good governance.
Your real father work for Liberian government?
No, my white father. The anti-good governance group today met with the Kofa group.
Man, I'm sorry. The woman said she got white father. I told her white father. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Well,
Dr. Richardson.
No, so I
It won't be strange coming from Bowman. Plenty white father in Bowman.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you. I got white father, I got black father, I got all fathers. Make me a perfect person. Anyway, I was talking about the anti-COFA good governance group. I think that they met today with the COFA group. This was a good move. This is how we engage in conflict. Mature people engage in conflict resolution. You don't just put a block and say, I'm not going, or if I don't have my way, there's no way. You sit down, you talk. Okay. Even though I heard that the positions were being offered and we still had a deadlock because people wanted to have their way. But you can't do that. We need to talk. This is Liberia. This is about Liberia. So I hope that the next meeting will involve a proper conflict resolution. We'll put our ego aside. We'll negotiate. We'll fight for Liberia. So in saying that, I want to just thank everybody for joining the show today. And we look forward to joining you guys. Well, tomorrow I'll not be here, but you guys will have a great conversation with the rest of the panelists. Thank you, Isaac, for letting me go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So all of the things that rescue came to rescue turns out to be excuses and are just other people's fault besides rescue. Everything they were coming to rescue is just a bunch of excuses, and all of those excuses are only because of other people, not the rescue. When we say these things, we have people who, I want to use a certain word, I'm not you use it, a bit jump over it, who will think we just want to talk. But how much more will we wait to see the reality? You can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern.
You that lie that we tired in
man. No, you cannot lie. Go and watch campaign speeches. Oh, the people's salary delay. We will make sure salary on time. AFL is not even getting salary. And let me give you a breaking news. The government is in talk with CBL to credit. Let me give you that news. You can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern. The reality will show up. What were you coming to rescue? Please show me one.
We rescue you. You in America.
Let me end. I know it's off your heart.
We rescue you. We rescue you.
No. I know it's eating off your heart, but let me end. Please, I know it's eating off your heart. But let me speak truth to power here. This is not, stop you, my friend. But we are speaking truth to power. What did you come to rescue?
Their pockets.
When you were campaigning, you say, oh, the people's salary coming late. Oh, the people can, at least the AFL were getting paid. You came on, AFL is not getting paid anymore. Look at the second one. We were here recently when the folks from Ministry of Youth and Sports, when they went to protest, and Minister Gaffwan promised them that they would get their 1 month salary. the government was only able to give half of the money. And now they are saying they will pay half. They can't pay half. You can lie to win an election, or you cannot lie to govern. What kind of rescue mission is this? What kind? At least in our time, we paid the people. We paid the people. We didn't pay half now. They are paying the children half. They say they cannot get the bottom half. And you know what is funny? LRA just told us they collected revenue more than since government of Liberia ever existed in the history of the planet. So where the money going? Who's stealing it now? So all the money that LRA collecting is not available to pay AFL people. What kind of rescue is this? This is the most dangerous thing you want in a country. When the men and women in uniform cannot even get their money. They should be getting paid on the 24th of the month. Today is the 30th. What kind of rescue is this? And every day you keep giving another promise. Every day you keep increasing the people's hope. Every day you keep saying other things. When will you slow down and try to solve the first ones you give before keep adding up? We were saying, Gafuan come, nothing will change. It will be the same. He there now. Today we are saying, money captain, go. Go.
Let me ask you a question. As I know you close.
I know you want me to end.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not here to me. You say if Gafuan come, they will pay everything. Gafuan will come with money tree.
No, Sato. We were here saying the same thing, and later rescue people are saying, "Oh, Gafuan man, oh, the team finish man, oh."
Man, guys, I'm sleepy. I see you guys, man. I'm sleepy.
Yeah, Uncle Sam said. So at the end of the day, here we are, my people. What has changed? Can you help me? What has changed? The government is in negotiation with Central Bank of Liberia to pay salary. Hey, my people, I will end here. I will end right here. That's already. You can lie to win an election, or you cannot lie to govern. Oh no, you cannot. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I gotta go pay attention to my son.
Okay, go ahead, Paul Kennedy. Go ahead, money captain nephew. Let me say this. Yeah, I feel money captain nephew be Paul Kennedy. It is important for us to just understand. I said that before when people were celebrating Gafuan. I said the Gafuan that is coming. It's not the man Ellen Gafuan. The man Ellen Gafuan where you have everything coming on, everything coming in, everything coming over. That dry rest Gafuan you get now, pure dry rest Gafuan. When he got a hustle. So I agree with you, Isaac. I'm concerned about the army wives. I do. I want to appreciate all of you guys that joined us today. A lot of stuff is happening in our country. Have you asked yourself, the SOE, how much they are reporting as, how much they are giving in the government cover? They care less. Anybody ready to get some $500 check? Where the other money go, nobody will question them. Seriously, we will discuss this. LPRC, how much are they giving? Have you asked yourself? Fishery, how much? National Port Authority, how much? We're going to go down the line. The people will make their money. They will eat their money. They will write one small check and say, send 20 years ago, we put it one in the government account. But what the other one? This is very serious, folks. And we'll discuss this holistically for you to know. We have them. We have all their names. We have how much they have contributed and how much they will not contribute because the year come to an end. So where that money go? One entity is supposed to be putting 10 million. They send only 1 million. Have you asked them what to do with the other 9 million? Who taking that money? May God bless our state. May God keep our people. Tomorrow will be a big day at the Capitol building. The 49 men will be on one side, The 28 or 30 men with Fonati Kufa will be on another side. I can tell you this. We heard that Thomas Father will go over to the 49 men, 43 men rather. He will go over to them. I want you to wake up early. I beg all the journalists, please work on your internet. We want to see very clearly. We want to listen. And let's see Thomas Father going over there tomorrow to Clarence Guy, James Colette, Samuel Koga, Fode Fambule. What will he do? I got a surprise for you, but wait, you'll see it tomorrow. It's not easy. If Thomas Father flip over, are you going to say Sefine? Will it be Sefine? If Thomas Father flip over? I'm asking you, my fellow Liberian. Right now, men are up, boys are asleep. I leave you with that. The men are up, the boys sleep. May God bless you, man. I don't know, but get ready tomorrow. Come back on Spoon Talk. It'll be a wonderful show. Don't even look at the senators. They got nothing to do with that. They just enjoying themselves. All of them reverting to status quo on T. Tomorrow, I want everybody to focus on the House of Representatives. Thomas Father will be moving tomorrow. He will take his clothes. He will take his belongings. He will move over to the 43 men. Will he stay there, or he just going on vacation to come back? Watch out tomorrow. Watch out tomorrow. Watch out tomorrow. Have a good night, Dr. Richardson. Sis Glennie, have a good night, huh? Don't leave me what acid do. Let me deal with this more. My couple of man. Nelson, you want to come on, Nelson? Acid. Nelson, you sleeping?
I'm here.
Yeah, it's okay to sleep. If you're tired, you sleep. Just let me know. We'll consider that. That's a big news coming up. I said, don't share that news yet. So at the end of the day, folks, again, please, Nelson, I'm begging Nelson. You just check your internet, Nelson. Hey, Nelson, you check your internet, you check your phone tomorrow. Don't even do a show tonight, because you just go sleep. For you to be real in Zico tomorrow.
We'll try our best. We'll try our very best tomorrow.
After you finish eating all my money, you say you'll try it best. My man, I said, what do you think? Thomas Father going over there tomorrow. I mean, what's the plan? What are you hearing, Minister Dome?
So I need to state that our argument all along has not been who goes or who comes. It's been get 49. So this is what I can tell you. Well, why are you laughing?
That's it. But let me say, you said our argument what? You said Thomas wasn't going.
Let me end now. I've not ended anything.
No. You said there will be no way Thomas will go to the 43. You said that. So I got your text message.
So let me conclude, Stanton. Our argument all along has been follow the Constitution. If you want to remove the speaker, that's fine. You are a politician. You can do your thing. Get 49 person and remove the speaker. Thomas Father goes, Thomas Father comes. It's not a discussion. But let's come to Thomas Father.
No, it is, because you are
I'm coming to Thomas Father now.
You admitted that Thomas Father going tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thomas Father.
Okay, I want to put a whole on record. You saying he's not going there tomorrow?
You asked me if I'm admitting if he is going.
He will be a money for the 3 tomorrow. Let me
end.
Question.
But listen, Stanton, I don't come on the show to talk things I don't know. I tried calling Thomas Father 2 times today. I didn't get him. If I had gotten him and spoken with him, I would come and tell you exactly what it is. But based on what I know genuinely from our camp, Thomas Father should be in session. And there's only one session that we know of. There is a session, there is a meeting. The session is the one that should be session. And we all know how session is. Session has a presiding officer.
I agree with all that.
So Thomas Father should be there tomorrow. And
Thomas Father should be where?
I'm one person who have defended
Thomas Father should be where tomorrow?
In session tomorrow. He should be in session.
With Fonatiko for the speaker in his chair.
It's the session. It's the only session, yeah.
So Thomas Father will be with the 43 tomorrow.
Well, it remains to be seen. That does not change anything, anyways.
It does not change anything. If the deputy speaker move over to the 43 men and women in arms, it doesn't change anything.
No. I think the Constitution says the deputy speaker can preside in the absence of the speaker. It didn't say the deputy speaker can have to wear and preside. So that is not what we're talking about. What we be talking about? But Stanton, I don't know what is happening.
The whole tune here, the whole tune can change
Okay,
here. I
I'm
don't
gonna
understand it.
Something
Something I
like
don't understand.
Thomas Fala will be.
This brother will hold me on the phone till 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. You will hold me on the phone arguing. Thomas Fala not going anywhere. The party will not stand for that. Thomas Fala will not do this.
You and that discussion have been one.
You call the counterpart.
Not going to That's what
I am saying to you that Thomas Fala, it is confirmed that he will go tomorrow. The 43 men. And we got his letter. Can you put the letter up? The one that sent to him there, so you have it? The one that sent to Thomas Fala?
Yes, this.
There you go. Yeah, he said, no, I got it. Dear Honorable Speaker, it was sent today. I present my compliment and have the honor, by directive of the plenary in section, to inform you that it has acknowledged receipt of your communication dated October 28, 2024, grabbing the indulgence of the honorable body to allow you some time to consult with your legal team regarding the matter at hand to enable you make an informed decision that would not contravene the Liberia Constitution and other relevant statutes. In view of the aforementioned, the plenary have decided that you have been accorded due process and hereby request that you to appear before a six-day sitting session on Thursday, October 31st, 2024, to discharge your legislative duty in the joint chambers. With statements of my highest esteem, I remain. Thomas Fala received this letter.
No, Stanton.
Thomas Fala will be there.
Yeah, Stanton, you just read a letter. Stanton, why you just read? Is it serious? Is it?
Now you gotta listen to the Liberian people.
No, Stanton. You have been accorded due process. I said,
let me end on this one.
No, Stanton.
What hurted me is that, Nelson, you know what hurted me?
No.
I said, though, and some good sedition are so love, they still lie in the Funati.
Okay.
They are not telling Funati the truth.
Okay. So help us now. What is the truth?
I agreed. I don't want Funati to resign.
Right.
You know what? I promised to say this tomorrow. Let me hold it. I said, well, that made me say this tonight. So that I said to him.
So you don't want him to resign, but in as much as the majority don't want him, he should resign, right?
I am saying to you that you said Thomas Fala wasn't leaving. And all this time,
you and I have not spoken about Thomas.
All the time, for Thomas Fala calling Joe, we have to wait to Fonati. All this time, Thomas Fala, yes, saying, yeah, I will you. That was also lie.
Thomas, I can tell you, Thomas Fala isn't going anywhere. Thomas Fala must not go anywhere. Thomas Fala cannot.
Which one you on?
Now, this
so
is
which one you on? Let's get you on record.
It's everything. Thomas Fala is the deputy speaker of the House. He should be in session. He will not go anywhere. He must not go anywhere. He cannot go anywhere. Thomas Fala is a man with brain. Thomas Fala's brain is not out of his mind. He got brain. Why would take Thomas Fala out of session to go somewhere else?
So you say he must not go, but he stay going.
Thomas Fala cannot be disrespectful to the Liberian people.
So that's disrespect. If you go to the 43 man, you call it disrespect.
Thomas Fala cannot be disrespectful to the Constitution. Thomas Fala cannot be disrespectful to all of us. Oh no, he cannot be. I mean, he just cannot. Listen, you know what? You can play your little, catch here and there politics. That's okay.
No, I like what you say.
Thomas Fala just cannot go anywhere.
But listen, I see our brother Remy Great. I can let her bring him for a few minutes. I still get a few seconds here because hold on, guys. I gotta go get up again. Go ahead, Isaac. Remy Great is on. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, Thomas Father, first all we need to establish, Thomas Father go, Thomas Father kind does not change anything. We've never been arguing that Fonati Kofa has a right to be speaker at all costs. No, people elected him. If the people that elected him say, you know what, you cannot be there or they remove him. That's what we say. And we say to remove him, get 49 votes, go and put your petition, go through the process and remove him. And that's it. As far as Western Nation is concerned, I've said repeatedly and again, and as of today, Fonati Kofa remains the speaker. He's not going anywhere. And like I've said the last time, it remains the same. Listen, Fonati Kofa does not have anything to lose in this whole thing. Fonati Kofa does not have anything to give away. CDC does not. Two people will always suffer. Two groups, the executive branch and the Liberian people. The executive branch will be sending budget over. They made it clear Fonati Kofa is the speaker. They will send it to Fonati Kofa. If you don't come to pass your own budget for your own government, whose fault? Me? It's not my fault. It is your fault as the government who will not be able to deliver for the Liberian people, and the Liberian people will be suffering. For that thing, you got nothing to lose. So we keep saying, if you don't want this man, that's okay. Whatever the reason is, it's political place, we understand. Get 49 votes, remove him, and we okay. Thomas Farah go, he visit you, he go to your hotel, where you're sleeping, you're in hotel. The other man crying.
I gotta go. Colonel Gray, it's good to see you, man. Thomas Farah go visit him more. That the turn to put on that Thomas Farah go visit.
But Center, the man on point though. Even if another person accompanying Thomas Farah, they become 45, they still don't have a vote.
They don't have a vote. That's not what we're saying. We don't
It
care.
would be one of the greatest mistakes for Thomas Farah to go to the 43 side. Brother, I will say this and I will say this, it will come to pass tomorrow. It's pure entrapment. If Thomas Farah say he's supporting Fonati Kofa, he shouldn't go over there anymore.
I would say,
don't interrupt me now, but ain't really talking. I said, though, but I mean, how you people from Maryland can interrupt people too many times, my man? I mean, I know you from Maryland, but I pick you back. So, Thomas Farah, I will say this, Colonel Gray. He's shooting. If he go, there is no return to Sabibo. You can only escape from Sabibo, but you cannot return. And I leave this to you, and I say, yo, Baba. No. But let that Colonel Gray talk.
Yeah, no, I don't say something quick about
No, but that Colonel Gray talk, my man.
I know.
But I will say this again, Colonel Gray. I will say this. If Thomas Farah leave from Fonati camp and go beyond enemy line, I'm serious. Liberian people will listen to this. If he leaves from Fonati camp tomorrow and go beyond enemy line, there is no return to Sabibo. You can only escape, but if you choose not to escape, you're not going back. It's game over. May God bless our state. May God bless you all. I'm out. You and Asido can tell your own.
No, but Centon, as you were saying, if I were Fonati, I would stay on and would set that precedent. Just like how the late Chair Chipo set a precedent in Liberia. When he was pressed to leave and resign. You see, resignation is a personal matter for certain people. If someone appointed you and they ask for your resignation, in other words, they want you to go. They find a way to fire you. But in this case, or people can, upon their own, circumstances or so, they will resign. But in this case, Kofa was elected duly as Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. Unless they have that vote, he can choose to succumb to the pressure, but if he chooses to stay until they entertain that 49 vote, they can do nothing about his removal. They can do nothing about his removal. So that's all I can see. So as I agree with you in this case, my brother, they can do nothing about it. And that's one of those circumstances you can elect the guy.
but you cannot force him to leave unless you entertain a vote. Like we said, some of us have said that president will be a good historical president to set. Now look, the other poor ran like chicken. I'm going to stay on until you get 49 and remove me. Nothing they can do about it. Sorry. That's just how it goes.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And like I was telling you, of everybody in the CDC in government, one person for some reason I don't speak with on the phone is Thomas Fala. So, to be very direct in saying things from him, I can be a little putting back because I usually like to speak with the person himself. Yeah, no, before I come to be direct on the show. Thomas Fala is one person I will call. He will never pick up the phone. He never returns messages and calls. So it's hard for me to actually say which side he goes on. But I know from, conversation with him, Thomas Fala should be in session. He must be in session. Thomas Fala doing anything will end his political career, and the pressure on him will be so much. It will be so much. The politics he wanted to play, we will make sure he gets the taste of the politics. Oh no, we will make sure. If someone for that dare tries it, and so gives a blind eye towards the people, the constitution, the party, the politics that he thinks he knows, he will get a taste of it. That way is a promise. I know the big brother will not go do something that is not in the right. His glory does not change anything.
I can trust him though.
I think we are pressed with time.
Yeah,
We've
I know
entered
the time is
seriously.
His glory does not change anything.
Guys,
I'm not trusting that. I think he's behind this, but he's finding a way to leave so that he can be blamed.
Yeah, he cannot.
But he's a snitch. That's how I see it. But they need 49 to remove that guy though. If not, this is a lost case.
Yeah, even got 48. They didn't want. They
Yeah.
don't need 49. We talking about anything. That 49.
All right, Nelson. I know you want to do your show, man.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Okay. So again, folks, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate everyone for your contribution on the show tonight. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for playing the listening role. Thanks to all of you who have been sharing the program as well. Thanks for sharing the show in your different group chats on your Facebook timelines. We appreciate you. Thanks to our radio audience who have been following from across the country on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and the other frequencies across the country. We appreciate all of you for being here. And let's hope we can have you come back tomorrow for another great edition of the program. But just before we go, let me do a very quick one here. 21st 21st wedding anniversary to you. That's you, Father E. Kimon, and your beautiful wife, Pastor Venus G. Kimon of the U.S. You celebrating your 21st wedding anniversary today. Happy anniversary to you, your entire family across the world. They're saying happy 21st wedding anniversary to you both. And they're wishing you all the best as you celebrate 21 years of being together. And Mrs. James Etta Dober and the rest of the family are wishing you happy anniversary as you celebrate 21 years of being together today. This you, Father E. Cameron, and your beautiful wife, Pastor Venus G. Cameron. Happy anniversary to you. Princess Mariam, you're celebrating your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. A special birthday greeting is up for you from the rest of the family, from me, from your mom, my cousin Fatima, and the rest of the family. They are wishing you happy birthday as you celebrate your natal day today. best wishes with all of your dreams coming through on this special day of yours, Princess Miriam. Happy birthday to you. And yes, to all of you celebrating today, we wish you all the best. Of course, we are off for tonight. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night and bye bye for now. Shortly, we bring you a very brief edition of the late night show. And until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collet. Bye bye for now.
Politicians want to make their decision just through the spoon.